Give y'all a few so y'all can roll on in. Okay, I see somebody coming on in here. We'll wait till I see a few more people. Hey, T. Hey, Marissa. Hey, circumstances never matter. Y'all. Good evening, Megan. Hey, Sharitha. Hey, Miss Ken. Hey, Vibrant One. Hey, Zion Brown. Y'all, this last 24 hours. This last 24 hours. Oh my gosh. So, a few of you were in my pop-up live real late Sunday night, wee hours of Monday morning. And yes, Megan, it's been a wild ride. So everything that I've been telling all y'all since the deactivation season is all unraveling in this last 24 hours. So remember I told y'all in the Cassie reading, for those of you who've seen it. Hey, Black Girl Maverick. Welcome to the live. Yeah, this last 24 hours has been a mess. Hey, Stephanie. For those of you who saw the Cassie deactivation reading, I told y'all the way that she had laid out her lawsuit was a trail of breadcrumbs to get to the loaf of bread. Well, from Cassie to Little Rod, I also told y'all that the feds was coming and Homeland Security was coming with them. All of this is tied together. They pretty much wrapped up all these things, named these people, gave times, dates, pretty much coordinates to everything that they needed for the investigation. Little Rod, I mean, literally straight in, knocked it out the park when he let it be known that not only was there videos, these things happened on this date at this location, on this date at that location, and his surveillance seen it all. That right there was a dead ringer for the feds and Homeland Security to say, oh, so we can go pull his security system, the motherboards, all the cameras, and it's going to show everything that happened on these dates at these times in these rooms. That's what that was about, y'all. They went in to go get the evidence that would prove what was said in both of those depositions. So y'all start looking for everybody that's attached to this to start coming out. We already got Cuba Gooding Jr. and now you got Carisha and 50 Cent's second baby mama, Daphne Joy, being named as, we'll say, adult workers that were on staff for Diddy. So, man, y'all, it's really blowing my mind. Because I had told y'all that Puffy was going to have a lifelong enemy with 50 over his baby mama. And then this comes out. So I was like, it all makes sense. Angel question, did you happen to see the video with that little girl? Are you referring to the girl that he said he adopted, the one that's supposed to be best friends with the twins? I think her name is Ava. Hey, Pauline. Okay, yes, I did see that. I remember years ago when they did that live, it was during quarantine. And this was in the middle of Tory Lanez and D Nice pretty much dominating the algorithm of IG. And this was, I don't even know what it was. I think it was like a fundraiser for healthcare workers or something. But this was a part of that whole thing. But I remember seeing it the first time, and I thought it was strange. But y'all, JT dodged the bullet. She cut Carisha loose just in time. Just in time. Oh, thank you, circumstances never lie. I got a head full of conditioner right now. I was too tired to go ahead and finish washing it out, and it's y'all know it. It's a lot of hair. It takes a process. Yeah, this is just the beginning. I want y'all to understand how big this is. Yeah, say JT jump ship on time. Yeah. Hey, Justice for Us. That was the smartest thing JT could have ever done. And I want y'all to look at how the fashion houses over in Italy are taking her in. Like her song has been a part of like I want to say a runway campaign. She's taking pictures as if she's going to be the next darling of fashion. They're fast tracking her. I mean, that is who talking about getting out at the right time. She separated from Carisha at what it was. It was the perfect time. Hey, hey. I mean, it just takes you back to what DJ Academic said about. Uh, you might as well say her name is Carisha Maxwell, because how in the world is she gonna get out of this? She has to play the victim to even get some kind of special notice at all, let alone any help. Uh, yeah, 2024 is just 2024, and it sure is. Let's see, you said, will the son and the twins be okay? The twins don't really have a problem. Those two sons, they've been implemented in a lot of the activities, we'll say that. So they're going to need some serious defense. Hey, Zesty Fireman. So, Miss Angel, did you hear recently about Sloan Bella? I hear about Sloan Bella all the time. I wasn't shocked when I saw that her prediction came out about something happening to him between March and April. Yeah, so it's sad for the kids. You're welcome. What's sad is that they've been raised up in a lifestyle, so whether somebody's legally in trouble or not, it's like spiritually and morally, they've been corrupted. So this is a dark night of the soul for the whole family. So it's not going to happen. She was running her mouth too much. Hey, Onyx Queen. So Carisha shouldn't have built her brand around Diddy the way she did. I agree. I agree. Stephanie, what's not gonna happen? So he probably has Stockholm syndrome. Probably so. I mean, it's no telling what they've seen and what is considered normal to them would probably be shocking to other people. So yeah, it's being said that she's not legit. Well, I give Sloan her props because she's definitely been doing what needs to be done for years. She's talented. You said them helping talking about them helping Young Miami. Um, Young Miami had she could have gotten away from this a while ago. The things that she said in those arguments with the other baby mamas and I can't remember, was it Gina, the Gina girl? The things she said on social media to her, it's going to be extremely hard for her to get any help because she not only implemented that there's a thing going on, but she let it be known that she could, call the shots through him and make him have her do things she didn't want to do. So that was like a legal nail in her coffin. Said it's Offset connected to Diddy. They said he was involved with Puffs also. Um, the industry is like 2 degrees of separation. It's hard to completely be not affiliated with somebody unless you're 100% independent. Said she was complacent. She definitely made herself appear to be, for sure. Hey, DeMarcus mom. Hey, Amaya. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Um, if anything, I feel like this is a lesson to the young girls that grow up and watch them and want to be like them because this hot girl culture turned over to city girl culture is like big business. Like these are the things that can happen in real life. If you're dealing with a dude that's tied up in certain type of activities, you risk the chance of going down with them. So I was gonna ask about Offset also. Sloan definitely said his name recently transported under ages allegedly. I didn't get to see that one, Aquarius Love. I have to look it up. Um, it's quite interesting that that was something that she said because Cardi just made some, I don't even want to say wild accusations, but she made some huge accusations towards the, I want to say LAPD, and she said that they strip searched her in public and had her out naked. So it, according to her, it was related to, the things that we're talking about. So if it's possible that they could be tied to one another, that it makes her story plausible. I'll say that. Let's see, they said Puffy has underground tunnels under both of his homes where he uses for trafficking. Yes, I heard that. Said yes to the LAPD claim she lying. Well, here's the thing, y'all. If she's saying it's got to do with trafficking, I want y'all to understand this. That could possibly be above LAPD. That could be feds. That could be Homeland Security. So if they're saying it never happened, they could be saying politically it never happened with them or their department. So it's it's definitely a wow moment, because the flip side of it is this. You know, we looking at it as, okay, you lied, you know, she trying to get some motion. Other side is this: if it actually happened, what the hell is really going on? Said she didn't stay on the subject long. She started talking about something else, but she said his name right. Hey, Lady J. Hey, Songbird. I haven't seen your name in a while. Yeah, y'all. I told y'all through this deactivation of Sean Diddy Combs how everybody was going to end up in a situation where this was going to be like a dragnet, like a spider graph, and you have this one point and you can reach out here, 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 and here. All those people are attached, they're all connected. When they first put the rumor out that Puff allegedly laundered money for BMF up to the tune of 500 million, and this is how he started Bad Boy, I knew then that they were getting a task force together. Because if you're talking about almost $500 million back in the early to mid 90s, how much could be amassed since then, or who all is attached since then? No regular task force can be a part of something like that. You have to go all the way to the top. And the media has been very quiet about this as well. President Joe Biden did a sit-down interview, and he stated that he was going to lend all of his resources to help solve the homicide of Tupac Shakur. And he said that Tupac was the reason why he is the man today. And when I saw that, I said, I must be tripping. Like, is this an election year? Well, shortly after that, he's scheduled to go meet with Suge Knight. And Suge Knight started his podcast from prison. And I did a reading on both of those, and I told y'all that him investigating Tupac's murder was a Trojan horse. He was going to use it for something way bigger, and this is the way bigger. Because once you use anything that has to do with trafficking, trafficking covers the whole entire nation. And then you have different treaties and alliances that can be used just under that name alone from country to country to country. So y'all about to witness history, because after they wrap this up and they get him caught, it's going to go like this. It's going to be a wave. It's going to come straight through the entertainment industry. Hip hop is about to be rated as a whole. Let's see. Yeah, here come the box controls. And just like that, here we go. Let's see. Oh yeah, circumstances never lie. He's taking everybody down with him. He's not going down alone. Future song, the feds did a sweep about to go up. Yeah, listen, the president is doing one of the biggest sweeps that y'all have ever seen, and it's the irony of it. The irony of it. Y'all might as well call him Diddy Sting. Call him Diddy Sting, because they're going to use him to make history. Y'all, I want you to pay attention to how many times you hear stories connected to tunnels. Go type it in on TikTok, here on YouTube, because it's going to be very important. Because one thing that I've noticed, like I told you, I live in Michigan. There's a few areas around where I live where they have huge mansions, and the mansions have tunnels connected up under them. Now, here's the interesting thing. You may not even know when you purchase the home that it has a tunnel under it until you start to talking to the bank or the real estate agents that represent the home, and then they finally get to showing you the blueprints. A lot of wealthy areas have old houses with tunnels. Oh, Cashmere, you ain't late. We just got started about like 20 minutes ago. Let's see, I got the Underground Railroads and tunnels. Oh, yeah. Interesting that you mentioned those railroads. Pay attention to how many, diversion centers pop up. Because those FEMA camps and diversion centers all have railroads. The Drake has tunnels. See what I mean? It's going to make sense when y'all realize how many of these folks got tunnels. That he's the king of petty is truly funny. But that time with Soulja Boy cover was pretty sus. Ah! Y'all just said you saw the LAPD come at Botch B. We were just talking about that a minute ago. People were saying that the LAPD said that she lied, that never happened. But I was explaining that if they picked her up for what she claimed they picked her up for, it may not have been the LAPD. It could have been Homeland Security. It could have been the feds. It could have been one of those investigation bureaus. Because anytime you put, the word traffic and attach it to anything, it can become global. So that would be above regular police. Let's see, Switty and Cassie were allegedly negotiating prior to her filing the lawsuit publicly. Hey, Milan, Mystic Messages. See, here's the thing. Even with the negotiations, once the paperwork has been filed, means that it becomes a docket for public record. It becomes a breadcrumb for everything that's happening right now. The feds, they loving the fact that everybody filing lawsuits right now, because they get to pull every last one of those lawsuits and compare the evidence. And they get to see where they differ. And if they, are pretty much spot on more than differing, then they're going to follow that as a breadcrumb to the loaf of bread. So look at what's been happening lately. He's got a lot of lawsuits and they're all lining up. Said no one is letting him forget it lately. From what Jaguar said, he's also a predator. And to be fair on her side, she's never been wrong so far. And 50. Okay, I'm trying to keep up with where y'all at. Cardi did a live and said she made it up. I haven't seen that. I'm gonna pull some cards on it because it's getting kind of interesting. in a why the hell would you make that up kind of way. Said I meant to say 50's the kind of guy that would have absolutely sued Jaguar in a heartbeat, and if he couldn't prove his innocence. You are absolutely correct, because I think he just stopped suing Tierra Marie. She had those shirts to Tasha K ended up turning into a slogan later, said I ain't got it. 50 Cent she had published a new song, and he came and pretty much ran her for the $3 she made on that song. So yes, 50 is not afraid to sue. It's his new way of swinging on people. He would have definitely sued her backward and forward, and he wouldn't have cared about her having no money, because he sure didn't care if Tierra Marie had it. Yes, he did go after Tierra Marie for years. She wasn't even making $3 off in Love and Hip Hop, and he wanted $2.75. Y'all excuse me with this cookie. I charge $80 for an hour, sweetie. Hey, Joanne. You want a reading? It's an $80 reading for an hour. I think it's affordable. Thank you. Just got to go to my website. Well, hell, excuse me. I'm working on my website. Speaking that into existence. Got to go to my email, angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com. Email me. You can book a reading. Ah, thank you, Joanne. Said, what's included too? Said, what about okay, I know that's a bot. So okay, there we go. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and look into said the Usher grooming. Oh, talking about Justin Bieber. Okay. Let's see. Andrew, remember during the last reading you said that someone tipped Diddy off. I wonder if it was Kim Kardashian. It's quite interesting that she knew as early as she did, but it seems like a few people were tipped off. He definitely felt like he was tipped off to me. Why would Cardi B tell this story about her and the LAPD? Okay, so you got Four of Swords in reverse. That's trying to come out of rest. So coming out of rest for someone who works in the industry is trying to get back in the algorithm. This is someone who's going into commitments or signing new deals. Cardi, don't tell me you did this so that you can get yourself popping. Wow. Five of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles. So she's definitely feeling the heat from saying this, and she's feeling like she could possibly get canceled. She wants to apologize. Yeah, this is clout chasing that is worse. This is clout chasing that is worse, y'all. Because Five of Pentacles means that you're completely ostracized. You're out in the cold. Said Cardi, so sneaky. You never thought you never know with her. Um, yeah, that was real crafty. Yeah, and it seems so crazy because it's like she saw this whole thing with Puffy and felt like, that's gonna be the biggest story around the world. I'll ride that story. Ada Cups walking away from, so people are separating themselves from her. Um, this represents like business people, people who possibly could have told her about the legalities of this, which led to heartbreak. And now she's the wounded warrior over what was supposed to be a wish fulfillment to bring her money. So this definitely backfired. Says she lies so much. She makes those Libras look so bad. She said it before Diddy got raided. People always lying on the police and when they minding their business. Yeah, I saw the lie. She said it was a joke. Yeah, it looks like jokes on her. This backfired. And then it's like now she's going to be defensive. She's going to be standing up for herself in the media to defend herself after this. Five of Swords. Yeah, harsh communication. Because she worried about money, her money. Because it's not even about the fans. It's like she's going to have to start either watching what she says or she's going to have to let somebody take over her social media and run it for her. Because her going off on her fans is actually going to cause bigger companies that could do business with her to walk away from doing, you know, sponsorships for her. Let's see. Yeah, it says Cardi's always on the defense. Well, she definitely gonna be on the defense this time around, so she needs to be very careful. Seven of Pentacles. These are the seeds that she's sown, so she gotta eat that fruit that grows out of this. Lovers represents choice, and this choice falls under this failed wish fulfillment. So she's gonna have to take accountability for this choice. Does Cardi have mental health issues? The industry hopes that she is a rat. I'll say the industry knows that she is a rat. She knew before he was raided. She said that exact stuff that happened. Let's see, I haven't watched her in a long time. I took her out my algorithm over a year ago. So I haven't seen any of this. But somebody from the inside is definitely leaking information big time. And I told y'all it was a official. It's somebody that's in law enforcement. Um, it's so many moving parts attached to this. It's crazy how all of this is going to come forward because they're going to squeeze these people like lemons and make the best legal lemonade y'all ever seen. You're going to have people that you never would have thought um, testifying this time around because they got too much to lose at this point. How people look at stuff at 20 and 25 is not the way they're looking at it at 40, 45, 50. When somebody telling you can do 25 to life, and if you get out, you 75, 80 years old. Yeah, you ain't looking at that time the same way when you get older. So Joe Biden, not so sleepy. Not where it counts. And then y'all got to remember Joe Biden, before he became president, was a very high-end prosecutor. So as a prosecutor, this is a legal wet dream. Wack ain't the first person to say that he will off himself. Said Botched and Star Brim are both in RICO. Star was supposed to do 30 years and she's only doing 1 year. I didn't know it was 30. I knew it wasn't supposed to be one at all. I thought she had no less than 4 years. That's why I thought she had already went in. I didn't know that she was still out. Because to my understanding, I thought that she went in like 8, 9 months, like she had her baby in there. So wow. I didn't know she was just going in and all she got was a year. That's wild. Can you tap into ghetto IM? Who's that, love? Said Joe ass was just here yesterday. Oh wow. Said maybe Cardi is nervous about her legal affairs with Star Braille. Um, that was not a way to distract us from all of that, because a lot of people forgot that incident at the nightclub in New York with her and Jade is still not resolved. So, every time she go off and she get to talking reckless, that all feeds off into her being seen as violent and, as a possible criminal. So she gotta watch what she say and how she move lately. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to say I had police contact, period, being on paper, going through court proceedings. So I'm confused to why she would get out there and say that, the police pulled me over and did blah, 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 and she's still currently under investigation. Nobody I've ever known that's under investigation or got to do anything that had to do with checking in want to say that they got contact. You said Miami. It says, hey, love, did I miss anything important? Hey, Yellow Brat, I don't think you really missed anything important. We came in here and we talked about um, the breakdown of the lawsuits being breadcrumbs for the feds and Homeland Security to use. So they can go into Puffy's home and seize evidence, better known as the what do you call it, the surveillance system, but not just the cameras, like the motherboard, everything. And when they went into those homes, because people think it was just 2 houses, it was actually 3. The third one is a rental property, so they didn't show that one because he doesn't legally own that one, he just rents it. But he had 3 homes that were all raided at the same time on the same day. So, yeah, when those surveillance videos are processed by Homeland Security and the feds, it's going to get very dicey because they're going to have actual pictures. Hey, Nisi, how are you? They're going to have actual pictures and footage of people that come in and out of his home on a regular, let alone people that go to these parties. And let's say his parties have a secret private guest list. It doesn't matter if they're on the list or not, they're going to be on all that footage. And according to the systems, every room in the house, even the bathrooms, all have cameras. So, y'all, it's about to get real, real ugly because they got footage of the down and dirty with everybody that's come in that house taking that surveillance system. So, are you going to tap into how Young Miami feels about getting caught up in the case with Diddy? I can. I sure can. Yolanda says Sloan Bella was saying that Diddy is a distraction from bigger things and that three of his mentors are taking him down. Um, I definitely, ooh, wait, y'all got me backtracking and thinking because I did a tap in between him and Clive Davis, and the energy that I saw allegedly, the people that are over Clive Davis gave Clive Davis an ultimatum, and they told him that he had to hand him over. So whether he wanted to help him or not, you know, I had said, people say the brotherhood, but the way I described it in the reading was Puffy is getting deactivated from the fatherhood. So imagine, the top 13 families. Someone up there said that he has to go because he's doing things that's going to them, he would be a peon, okay? He'd be a peasant to them. He's just a runner boy, a worker boy. But his actions are going to expose middle management. See, to us, he's considered a big deal because he's, very in your face. He has high visibility. But, he's a puppet at best. So he's putting someone in a position to where, let's say this is him on the strings. Whoever it is up here that is controlling the strings, he's putting this person, these people, in harm's way of being exposed. So they said that we're going to vote, we send an order down, he has to go. And they had to, he had to let him go. They had to relinquish their hold on him. It's like, what did I tell y'all? It's like John Wick when he got decommissioned. When the vote went in and they had to make the phone call, and the phone call had to go through all the right channels. And everybody was told, listen, at 12 midnight, we all relinquish our rights to this person. So because that's the case, that's the fact of the matter, you're going to see the government use him as an example, and they're going to take him in a way down, they're going to take him down in a way that we've never seen before, and it's going to become the new precedents for how they go after racketeering attached to entertainment. And they're going to use this as a model, as a figurehead to go all around the world cleaning up trafficking, but never showing you who's up here. They're going to call themselves cleaning it up with the puppets. Let's get all the figureheads, let's get all the puppets out the way, but let's protect the people who actually give the puppets the orders. So that's the best that, I can tell you how it works. So yes, those people are taking their hands off of them, but that's more so why. It's not that he's not doing these things because, he's tied into a lot of things. He does a lot on his own, but he gets clearance from somebody way above him that doesn't have visibility, not the visibility that he has. So, ooh. Hey Memphis, what's good? So yeah, that's how that's gonna go, y'all. They're deactivating Puffy from the fatherhood. It's not from the brotherhood. See, the brotherhood will be fellow people in arms. It'll be, the other figureheads that we see. This is coming from the people that they have to go to. the people that they utilize to manipulate certain systems. And see, once they remember, they already said that they took video from Puffy. But see, now that they're going through all these properties and they're taking surveillance systems with the motherboards. And see, here's the thing, when you get the motherboard and then you go to the surveillance company that distributes the system, that surveillance company has their own data bank. So now they can take all of your footage and they can compare it to the footage on the data bank to see if you cut and spliced anything and if your footage is in its full entirety. So y'all, don't be surprised who all comes out in this situation, whose information start getting leaked in this situation. It's going to be a lot of people falling from grace. Let's see. LOL, you peep how the mistresses keep posting at the same time. Because they know this is a story they can't outrun. It's your legs they're not long enough to run and outrun this story. Y'all, this story is bubbling and just pouring out, and every time you look up is something else attached to it. So, oh, Yellow Brat, thank you. Good that I'm seeing you. I went to look up that artist, Nessa Carey's, who got the 2 songs out against Megan, the part 2 to Snake. Y'all, Nessa Carey's is picking up where Nicki left off with Bigfoot. And remember, the first line in Bigfoot, first 30 seconds, you know, Nicki's letting us know that Megan allegedly was messing with her mother's man. The internet comes forward and confirms that T. Ferris was her mother's man. According to Nessa Carey's, that says she's fired. Hey from the Netherlands, Ruben. So yeah, according to Nessa Carey's, she's not only stating that Megan was intimate with T. Ferris, she's stating that she was signed to T. Ferris and she had deals on the table and she had money allotted to her career, and he took her money and her deals and switched them over to Megan, allegedly Henny. Okay, because we call her Henny on this channel. So he switched her stuff, swapped her funding to Henny because they were allegedly sleeping with each other. Y'all, I told y'all she celebrated too soon. Says he was taking her deals and giving them to Henny. Yeah, that's what she said, Cashmere. I saw on Twitter about the bridge is connected to Mitch Connell's sister, and she was the owner of the labor or something. Wow, BB. And see, that bridge thing happened while we were on the last live, and I told y'all that it had to do with what felt like insurance policies and payouts, allegedly. And the whole feel behind it felt 9/11-ish and corporate. So thank you for telling me that, BB, because that confirms the energy that I got. Said I feel like she was being honest. Talking about Nessa Carey's, her energy felt it felt on the level to me as well. Let me see. I'm gonna pull a few cards on her. And we'll see what's good. Alrighty. Let me clear some of this energy. Alrighty, show me the energy around Nessa Carey's and her accusations against T. Ferris and Henny. Wow. So first card's out. You've got the Five of Pentacles and then you got the Devil. Now with the Devil, you got a couple that's binded together through toxic energy that are coming out of poverty. And I want y'all to look at Five of Pentacles being in financial despair. This is somebody who got their hand out after somebody else's money. Because look at this, behind the hand, you got the Four of Pentacles, which is financial stability. In front of the hand is the coin that this hand is trying to catch, and that's because somebody is in poverty. Now, what I find interesting is the bottom of the deck, the Queen of Cups. Now, this Queen of Cups, I'm not necessarily looking at it from the standpoint of if she's a water sign. Queen of Cups is a very intuitive person. Let me scroll back because I want to make sure I ain't missing nothing. Okay. Thank you, Philly All-Star. Yes, Trucker Freak, I see your comment. Zesty says firearm. Fine. I'm glad you enjoyed the panel. Okay. All right, I had to make sure I was caught up with everybody. Hey, Angel, I hope all is well. All is well, KW. So, y'all, like I was saying, that, this is a very intuitive woman. So, with somebody being intuitive, you're looking at, what you call street sense versus common sense on top of her possibly being a spiritually enlightened person. So, she felt, before she could prove it, she felt that something was going on. Ten of Pentacles. Ten of Pentacles comes right out after the Devil with a couple that's yoked together through toxic means. And then you got Six of Pentacles. So, y'all, what I'm seeing is that what she's saying is honest, because Ten of Pentacles is a large amount of money. Usually hard-earned money work for. And then the Six of Pentacles is a large lump sum of money that is given to you without working, like the money you would get from an advance or a deal. So this is telling me that Nessa Carey's is actually being honest. Why is she telling her story now? What's the deal with her telling her story now? Okay, so y'all excuse me. Three of Cups is the card of the turn up, the person who's always partying, who is also a third party involvement. Okay, so she's acknowledging her drinking and turning up and calling her out as a third party to this situation. She said she was being honest. Well, I'm seeing in this energy that she's being honest for sure. That she's being direct, not just honest, she's being direct. Yeah, Ace of Wands. Ace of Wands is that big D energy. So she's saying that this person who always turn up and drink was her third party energy attached to the big D energy. So she's letting it be known that her turning up and banging allegedly with T. Ferris is the reason why he stole from her to give to her. She said Henny, she gave Henny the work. Yeah, Miss Ken, she did. Right, and Kendrick came for Drake. They say Kendrick definitely Henny and Riri. So, yeah, Nessa Carey's. Nessa Carey's is man. She came through. She even tied her to following a demon. She let it be known that she felt like she sold her soul to the devil. She follows demons. Y'all, show me more about Nessa Carey's. So, Four of Wands represents contract negotiations and agreements. This represents stability, and this falls under the Five of Pentacles. So the Five of Pentacles over her stability, it's like literally being ass out. You know, what was supposed to be her stability, what was supposed to be the rock that she stood on, she ended up with nothing. We're talking about Nessa Carey's and Henny. So she's stating here, Six of Swords, that she left him behind as a toxic situation. And this falls under the devil and his connection with Henny. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Cups. This is her walking away from him due to what happened to her money. Says she's not scared to be on 10 with nobody and speak up. No, she's not. And then here it is, that Queen of Cups again. So that intuitive woman, that caring woman, she feels like, you know, she was taken advantage of for being kind and caring. She also feels like, you know, deep in her heart, she knew better, but, you know, the person that they knew it, you know, at that time is dead and gone. They'll never take advantage of her again. They'll never get the best of her again. She's no longer going to allow them to see her in her Queen of Cups energy. This is how will you tap into Camel, he and Bay removing because of insecurities and wanting to be on top. Gratitude. I can definitely get around to it. Y'all, the Nessa Carey's, I'm going to go back to listen to her first one because I only listened to the second one. And the reason why I'm listening is not for diss sake. A lot of what's being said in these diss records, and I told y'all this, they're going to end up popping up in front of his lawyers, and his lawyers are going to have the right to use a lot of this information in a court of law because it's given precedence. LOL said, I knew Nicki opened the door for more people to come out, and isn't Carrie first time speaking out about Pistol Pete either. Y'all kill me calling this girl Pistol Pete. Oh my gosh. Listen, I'm going to go back and listen to Nessa Carey's music because I'm telling y'all from a legal standpoint, this young lady and everyone else that comes out with something to say about her, they're going to feel his defense. And see, lately they've been pushing his stuff back, which works out for Tory, whether y'all know it or not, because the further they push stuff out and the more stuff comes up, they get to petition to use some of this stuff as evidence. This is why I said when it's all said and done, the rap beef, the battle, it's going to be won by Tory because so much information is going to come out that is going to actually free Tory. Let's see. I got to go listen to the other one. I heard the Bigfoot one. Yeah, Nessa Carey's voice, she skated on her. She skated on her from the beginning to the end of the song. Can't take it from her. You know, if you into, you know, diss rap, this was it. And she did it without, you know, making it like cheap and just possibly just being vindictive. Like she really had bars. So sure is, Auntie, she didn't do nothing but help Tory. Absolutely. She said that she got, stark naked and drunk and was begging Carl to hit. She talked about, her pretty much taking her whole style. She went and hired her stylist, went and hired her manager, and that she modeled herself after her to get next to T. Ferris. So this was in her part two, The Snake. And I'm just like, man. She had made the comment, I want to say it was last night, people said, did you do this to get a response? And Nessa said, no, it took her 10 months to properly respond to Nicki, so I don't expect her to say nothing to me. Let me see. Why does Nessa feel like Megan won't respond? Let's see. Nicki and Cassie are also friends. So ain't no telling what information Nicki got. I told y'all Nicki's sources come from high up. Said she looked like Tiffany Red when I first saw her. I ain't pay much attention to her at first. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Tiffany Red. That's how you know all this truth is coming out. Yeah. Why? Why is Nessa Carey's choosing this particular time? Y'all, she watching her after she stole her money. She's mad because I'm not where I'm supposed to be. I'm broke because of you. Ooh, mercy. I'm telling the truth about you taking my money, allegedly. Y'all. Now remember I said she watching her, right? This is Megan Shook right here, y'all. This is Nessa watching her. Nessa been on her head for a minute. Makes me wonder if Kareem is gonna speak out again. Haven't seen or heard from him since speaking out against Miss Pistol. Well, I want to say the most memorable thing that I remember. I'm trying to think, what music video was it? Was it Don't Stop, the one that Megan did with Young Thug? And it had the whole cat in the hat type, Dr. Seuss type feel to it. She was on live and she was talking to Kareem about him putting out a statement about his girlfriend being inebriated, being peeled up, and putting her hands on him and pulling a pow pow on him. And she called him up on live, y'all. And I'm not going to say allegedly because that live is out here somewhere. She called him up on live and went beast mode. And the moment I seen her go off on him, I said, you know what? That girl is violent. Because he was so shook from over the phone. He's like, all right, okay. And she was seething. Like, she looked like she was getting ready to foam at the mouth. And I'm just like, I knew right then in that moment, y'all, that moment was going to come back to hunt her. Because the way that she went in on that man, it showed me point blank period that when she's mad, she's violent and she can be vicious. Because she was damn near growling at this man over the phone. Let's see. He said the Miss Pistol is taking me out. Yeah, I actually know a female rapper named Miss Pistol. She a rapper and a DJ. Said Meg ain't expect her to get this traction. I always, wait a minute, I also always want to know who the rap girls beefing with outside of the industry rappers. Well, see, Meg ain't paid her dust because she trying to keep her quiet and not give her no clout. But interesting enough, what Nessa said about her getting, stark naked, getting butt naked, and drinking allegedly, and trying to beg Carl to take it. Carl made the comment in a interview that early in her career, when he first signed her, she got so turned that he had to pull over and put her out the car because she had become violent, and that him and her mother Holly got into it later because Holly was mad at him for putting her out the car. And he said pretty much he didn't care the way she was acting. She was gonna get out of his car because he didn't want to put hands on her because she was, she was popping off. And that stuck with me as well. So Henny always looks shocked when someone speaks on her. Yeah, she practices. Hopefully, Rock Nation doesn't come to silence her. Um, I doubt if they will, because sometimes the safest place you could be is in the middle of the street. And see, won't nobody touch you while people looking at you. But then if she get quiet and she go off to herself for a minute, that's when things, she might want to look over her shoulder a little bit. I wonder what the Evelyn knows about Megan, and I wonder if she had to put her hands on her off the record. Well, maybe she possibly gave some information to somebody who was writing, songs against her as well. We're about to hear a whole bunch of people start speaking about Henny. Y'all don't be surprised if the blogs start getting stories out of nowhere, talking about breaking stories. She's not weak-minded. She knows they're wicked. Let's see, who's weak-minded? What am I missing? I said Ken the Man shouldn't have signed with Cop Nation. Well, I wish her the best. I actually like Ken the Man, but see, this is where people are going to have to learn that you don't want to just be where the name is popping. You got to really investigate. When big money is on the table, multi-million dollar, multi-billionaire type companies, they hire investigators for this very reason, to find out all the dirt they can find out on you before they sign on the dotted line, because they do not want to lose their interests, shares. They don't want to mess up their reputation, which stops them from making money in the future. People that sign to labels, they need to do the same thing. But yeah, y'all, Nessa Carries is something else. Let me see. Nessa Carries, will you continue to release information on Henny? So, y'all, it looks like Nessa is a problem, because you got this Nine of Swords and you got this King of Swords. Nessa's coming in masculine energy, and everything she's dropping is a truth bomb. And this is giving Henny anxiety. Said I like Ken the Man too. I hope she'll be okay. I think for Ken, if Ken is more comfortable, like Megan should have been, taking over the Chitlin circuit, she's gonna make way more money. Because those bigger 360 deals, they don't really go after your club date money. They get your money when you get to doing big venues. And see, when I heard that they were putting Henny with the straw in the big venues, I knew right then and there she's not about to get any money. because they're going to put her on those big shows. They're going to creatively sell out those shows, and whatever money she made, they taking that money right then and there. See, she's looking at, oh, I'm getting to do arenas now. It's 20,000 seats. They looking at, okay, it's 20,000 seats. We want the money for 15 of those 20,000 seats. So you got money to play with from the 5,000 seats. Oh, wait a minute. Those seats didn't sell out. So everything else is ours. See, Henny didn't look at high visibility versus high marketability. Those are two different things. You could be seen everywhere and have nothing. You could be seen only in a couple places and be wealthy. They're going to put her face everywhere. They're going to plaster her on everything that you could possibly see. And she's going to be the one that every time the check is cut, the 59 cents that's left over, that's yours. We took the rest. Said, I heard Henny is financially struggling. I just told y'all why. The deal she signed, nothing, I mean nothing. If she go to lunch and they give her a sandwich, a bag of chips, and an apple, she gonna get 3 apple slices, 2 bites off the sandwich, and probably 3 potato chips. They taking everything else. So see, that's something I want y'all to know, because people who've been with me for a while, I used to manage. So as a manager, your road manager, your business manager can be different unless you have one manager that manages to do everything. But whoever your manager is that goes on the road, that manager is getting their money. Your stylist is getting their money. The dancer, the DJ, all these people are getting their money first. The label puts you on these bigger shows because the big shows also yield, I want to say, anywhere from 60-40 to 70-30 payouts, meaning they get 70% of your money, you get the 30%. But out of that 30%, you have to pay all of these people, and whatever is left over is yours. So imagine going on tour, literally, and it's, 20,000 seats. And out of that 20,000 seats, they're going to take, like I said, 15, 16,000 seats worth of sales. And you get the rest. And then the rest, you got to pay taxes, you got to pay your team. And then after you do all of that, what's left over is yours. That's a hell of a way to struggle. It said, hi, my name is Raven. I've been watching your videos for a while. I saw it on YouTube and I went to it, and thank you. Said, I love you too. And it looks like my mom, but I had the bunny ears. Let's see. Oh, Nessa Carries follows Kelsey's management team. Now see how I told y'all everybody linking up like Voltron? Y'all just had what's his name? Future just dropped the diss on Henny just the other day. It's a reason why all these people pick now to link up. They say, oh, they tried to make it seem like Nicki was going on tour for free, but it appears to be the case for Henny. Yes, but see how that works? See how that works? And Nicki is breaking records, literally selling out every stadium, okay? Not just a club. She's selling out stadiums, arenas. Not one seat left. We're talking about 50 to 70 something thousand seats. Not one seat left. She only missed a show due to illness, and that show is already being rescheduled. Beyonce just wrote Nicki, I know. Camel was pissed. Listen, that Megan would have, if she had played her cards right, y'all, she would have become the new queen of rap had she been more comfortable just playing her position coming up from the bottom. She wanted to hurry up and jump into position to sit at the table with the cool kids. And now she's in that position, but the cool kids are charging her so much for her seat, it's not worth it to be at that table anymore. Let's see. And I want to see, here's the thing, y'all. When somebody's used to doing club shows or popping up to be a featured performer, okay, let's say like Summer Jam or something. So you could pop up and do a hot show for a Summer Jam or feature on somebody else's tour. But to actually have your own tour, you've got to have a really tight, precise stage show. So, I mean, we know that Megan is a dancer. She's, definitely going to keep it moving with the dancing. But showmanship is more than just dancing. Like the costumes, the hair, the makeup, the flair, connecting with the audience. Like you got to keep that up every single show. And they set the bar so high for Megan because by having her beef with somebody like Nicki all the way at the top, and then here it is, y'all want us to look at Nicki as washed up. And Nicki turns around and breaks records, makes history as the biggest selling hip hop artist in history, selling out these arenas practically on her own name. The first African American, the first woman, the first African American woman. All of this you keep hearing back to back to back. She went to Nashville, and they said Nashville is so country music that outside of a country music artist, nobody can pack a stadium. She showed that hip hop down in Music City and in Country Music USA could still be king. That in itself is saying a lot. It says, have a blessed evening. So she did better than Lil Baby, Durk, and Moneybagg. Yo, absolutely, all three at the same time. Nicki is currently breaking history. We're not talking about just billboards. We're talking about, record sales. Because, you got to look at when you sell out an arena and the time that you sell it out becomes history for that arena. She's doing that over and over and over again in each state, in each arena. This is something that we've never seen before in hip hop, period, let alone a female hip hop artist do. So I got to give her props for that. So, yeah. Nicki definitely opened the door. She opened Pandora's box. She opened the gate for whoever else wants to come forward with information on Henny. Because what it's looking like is everybody's receipts is going to start clarifying everybody else's receipts. Said, I know Young Boy can do that too. So many people waiting for him to be able to tour. I think Young Boy will do good. I definitely think he'll do great. But when you get to talking about arenas from 50 to 70,000 per state, not just one, but we're talking across the 50 states. That's amazing. Said, I have a new admiration for Nicki through all of this. That girl is winning. Yeah, she's winning against all odds. And see, that's the part that's pissing them off. So when is Henny getting exposed in full? Um, Cashmere is going to happen in trickles, but you know when there's water damage, so to speak, you know, it starts off in trickles, and you'll look up and be like, oh, that little crack in the wall is nothing. And then that crack in the wall, something buckles, and then the next thing you know, water comes rushing down. We're noticing the crack in the wall now. Between summer and fall, y'all, I'm telling you, it's gonna get very hectic, because between the FOs, the that case, this case, I give, as y'all call it, Cop Nation. I give Cop Nation 2 years. And the only reason why I give them 2 years is because of the type of investigation that has to happen, because of the people involved, because of everybody that are at the top of the food chain. They're going to have to do this in depth. So whatever happens to Diddy Bop is going to be the flag star new laws and rulings that they come up with, that they use to sweep the whole rest of the industry. Let me go back and see what y'all said. Said, I think she's going to be in Detroit in May. I'm going to try to get tickets soon. So I know Angel said before the end of the year, she said it would be the best, worst year of her life. Yes, it is. And see, this is, we're at the turning point now. We're at the dawn of the day. You know what I'm saying? Which is like, oh, it's so nice, everything's so beautiful, right? And then after the dawn of the day, the sun starts to set. And it still looks good. We're at the high noon part. And you know, after high noon, you know, it's the warmest, it's the nicest part of the day. Everything after that goes downhill. That's where Megan is right now. So yeah, me too. I gotta respect her. So even Kanye doing good after so many people dogged him out. He and Nicki pretty much are fighters, yeah. So there's still stupid trolls creating videos on the downfall of Nicki's career. It just shows how many paid industry ops are out there. Yeah, because here's the thing: if she's at the end of her career, guys, ladies and gentlemen, if she's at the end of her career, this is a solid end of the career. This is the best end of the career I've ever seen in my life. If your career is over and you're selling out arenas, way to go out with a bang. They say, I saw the video. Creator had millions of followers. Made a video lying about Nicki's career. Y'all, it's kind of funny, the whole karma of it, with her choosing to retire. And here it is, she's retiring, and she's going out not only as a legend, but she's going out breaking records that will not be surpassed by anyone to come behind her in female rap. And it's not that there aren't girls out here that's good, but with everything happening with all these different investigations, the labels are running out of money. They're not investing anymore. You've got to make a certain amount of money and have a real genuine buzz, a real fan base, and get out here and make some moves yourself. A lot of these girls, after they get their body done, they get a car to a decent house, they don't have the money or they don't have the mental dexterity to think ahead and say, okay, instead of me going out and buy X amount of Birkin bags, I'll invest this, and this into business ventures. And not to say they couldn't still get the Birkin bags, it's just invest in the business ventures, and for every, you know, every bonus that the company gets, then you buy one. Say Nicki is a legend for sure. Her press-on nails are nice. I bought a few pairs from her website. Oh, okay. Said Nicki will forever be the queen of rap. Well, see, here's the thing, KW. She's going to be the queen of the business side of rap for sure. And when you look at commercially and the business side of it, that will make her the industry standard for the blueprint, because the industry doesn't have the money anymore. That's the biggest secret. The industry doesn't have the money anymore for all those extravagant things that we used to see. Because allegedly, what we're all going to start finding out when these depositions start rolling out is that a lot of those things were afforded by illegal tender. So when you look at the average video in the 90s was $600,000. Yeah, $600,000. So you're looking at pretty much $1 million to shoot the average video in the 90s. Artists are not even getting $1 million for their total budget anymore. They're getting, they'll be lucky to get a couple $1 million for the total budget. And we're talking about full production, the ability to get distribution and shoot your music videos. That's crazy, y'all, when you think about just overall. One music video in the 90s was an artist now total budget. Oh, it says you're Iranian. I'm good. Thank you. Hey, Princess Pool. Y'all, City Girls is down bad. I almost feel like I got to sneeze. Phew, bless me. Goodness gracious. Now I know I got to clear the energy. Because I got ready to say something about Carisha, and I felt like I had to sneeze. Y'all. Y'all got any direct questions for me about Carisha? Yeah, said down bad ain't the word. We was just saying earlier that JT picked the perfect time to separate. She couldn't have separated from the City Girls at a better time, and she just had a sold out show the other day. Said Carisha comes off so toxic. Well, toxic and all of that is no longer a good thing. This is like the decline of the movie business. So many remakes and big companies losing millions. It's all happening. Yes. And see, here's where the funny thing comes out of all of it. The big guys no longer have the money for the budgets. The budgets are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So you can still make money off of a budget, but they're no longer financing the way that they used to finance, unless it's movies that are going to be like Avatar or something like that, where they know it's going to make money on a global budget. They've cut the budget for everything. So now you've got the independent filmmakers, you got the independent record labels, all the independents. Now is their time to shine. Let's see. Says Angel, did you hear the recordings of supposedly Diddy and Meek having relations in the hotel? I heard it for the first time yesterday and I was disgusted. Yeah, we talked about it. I want to say possibly like 2 or 3 lives ago. Somebody said it sounded like slapping pancakes. And it was so hard for me to keep a straight face after they said that. Yeah, said that was the recording deal. Said, I'm so glad JT is thriving. Yeah, JT is doing well right now. She's doing better now than she did in the City Girls. Where did you listen to the recording at? They possibly, I think they removed it from YouTube because it was on YouTube. It's on X. It may still be on X. And it was on Instagram. Will Carissa escape jail time? Hold on, who's Carissa? Says Carisha worried now. Carissa must be Carisha. Okay, is Carissa worried? Carisha, Lord. Is Carisha worried right now, you think? I feel that she's playing cool, but maybe not. She's definitely playing. If anything, she's playing in our face because that girl is shaking like a leaf on the tree. This ain't no regular issue. This is, when they said that Puffy had Daphne Joy, which was 50 Cent baby mama, and Carisha on payroll as adult workers, and it showed how much they received every month on retainer to be adult workers for the FOs. She knows she's just the embarrassment, the second and third hand embarrassment of it all. There's a lot of companies that wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole because they don't want anything to do with the implication of a FO. Is Carisha jealous of JT? Big time. She thought that she had made it with Puff. She thought that she had made it with Puff. She thought she was the breakout star. She was the Beyonce. She was the Michael Jackson. Just for it to blow up in her face. Said, I remember when her mom said, pray for her daughter. She's going through something back in 2022. Oh, wow. I think Diddy is both. If it was him and Meek in the videos, he was stopping. Honey, that's a freaky Scorpio. He's probably versatile. We'll say that. Okay, you meant Carisha. I thought you meant Carissa. I just wanted to be sure because I'm like, I didn't know if that was Carlissa or what. I was like, damn, I don't even watch them no more. What the hell she do this week? Yeah, Nisha McDowell, a high-end one at that. That's what they're alluding to is that they were escorts on retainer for him. The only thing is, are they on retainer through the company or are they on retainer directly from him? Because if they're on a retainer from the company, then anyone who funds him and his company, like say a parent company like Universal Music Group, who was named on the Little Rod lawsuit, let's say that money was given from Universal Music Group that was used and distributed in a way to pay for such illicit activities, then that itself goes off into a possible federal crime as well. Yeah, I thought she was saying Carlissa was facing jail time too. I'm like, what, she didn't try to sneak Blueface something? Said there was a reader said that Chris Brown is supposed to expose someone. Um, I think this is what's going to be interesting, and I kind of touched on this a little while ago. Due to the spider web, the graph, the spider graph that's going to be attached to Puffy. Let's say, this is Brother Love right here in the middle, right? This way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. All these people are attached to him. So let's say you pull some of those younger people in, and they've been at the party and they may have done something that was inappropriate and they can go down. If you give some of those people the chance to tell you how they got affiliated with this person and they look the other way and use what you said as evidence, then you don't have to worry about being in trouble, and people can see you as the victim and you walk away. So don't be surprised. I'm hearing like 3 or 4 people are going to use that. Not everyone who uses is going to be successful, but they're going to use that. I also I want to say a couple lives ago I tapped into Justin Bieber was possibly ready to speak when people were asking about him not performing at the Super Bowl with Usher, that he's in the energy of wanting to speak. He's sick, he's not feeling well, and he's purging the demons of his childhood. Now we ain't gonna say no free R. Kelly on here. Keep that motherfucker in there, and we gonna get rid of you too. I don't know what page you thought you was on. Said, I'm afraid they're going to try to put Justin in a conservatorship. It would make sense if they were to do it before it's time for him to testify. Said, I saw a recent video of him singing and he sounds so good. Circumstances never matter. Don't you laugh at me like that hard. Said you could tell he was feeling it. I'm trying to think. What was the last Justin album he had? I don't think it was the one with Peaches. The one that had All That Matters to Me. Like, I felt like he was finally finding his groove in music, but something happened. Like, you could tell that there was a break. Like, he needed a break. And now that he's had that break, he's had some kind of dark night of the soul. He's separating himself. So how does Camel feel about Beyonce's song Bodyguard? Oh wow, I haven't heard that. Hold on, let me go back. So I instantly thought of Julius. Just reading your comment, I'm thinking of Julius. Whole lot of you. So do you think Puffy's mother will be locked up? I think she could face being locked up, but they're going to try to flip her like a pancake to see what she'll say. Was JT tipped off about Carisha by Nicki? Let's ask the question. Because I definitely feel like she's separated from her at the right time, and they do have a relationship now. It's just like, wow, there's been so much talk about his health, and possible marital issues. I feel like the media is trying to set it up. You must be talking about Justin Bieber. Let's see. I'm happy for him doing the work. I think he'll be okay. You gotta purge the darkness so that you can be okay. You can't walk around just carry that stuff. Like Erica Badu said, "Bag lady, you gonna miss your bus." Jay Sturge, pay for it. Talk about I need a BBL. Oh, hilarious. Says you know how the camel feels. Well, let's see. Y'all, let's see. How does the camel feel about Joanne's song about the bodyguard? Is Joanne getting besides herself? Y'all, the Hierophant and the Page of Swords at the bottom of the deck. The powers that be are watching them very close. Oh my gosh. Queen of Swords. Yeah, they got some very high-end people watching her actions, watching the both of them see what they're doing. I'm going to have to listen to the song because you got Queen of Wands, Queen of Swords. And then at the bottom of the deck is the Chariot and the Eight of Cups peeking. So this is like her telling the truth about, she's giving us the story about, allegedly, she's giving us the story about how she's going to separate herself and leave this relationship and move on. And she's telling us through all the stories of things that may have possibly, allegedly, almost could have happened. So on the way out the door, on the back end, when you look at everything that happens, if you listen to her music in retrospect, meaning you listen to everything from the last thing she dropped on back, it'll make sense in retrospect. So she's giving you her side of the story without giving you her side of the story if you just listen to her music. Said, did Camel Face and Joanne skip? I guess it's supposed to be skip town on social media, claims they left last night. Something is definitely going on because you got the Ten of Pentacles and then you got Temperance, which means somebody is taking large amounts of money. So I figured that was Skip Town. Yeah, somebody is hoarding large amounts of money so that they can have balance through a new beginning. Yeah, Six of Pentacles to the Hierophant. Y'all. Two of Swords at the bottom of the deck. This is like offering denied. Making a large offering to the powers that be, people that are over large judicial systems, allegedly. Offer is being denied. Blind justice, the veil over the eyes of justice. King of Wands falling under Queen of Wands. Attached to the wounded warrior. Y'all. Get ready for your next scandal coming in 2025 to 2026. Joanne and Camel have a scandal coming in 2025 to 2026. We're going to see the beginning of the footprints of this scandal between the middle of the year to the end of the year. You're going to start seeing the breadcrumbs. It's going to hit the fan between 2025 and 2026. Said, yep, he's salty. I hope he doesn't get physical with Bae. Remember them bruises around her neck. So two of Pentacles falls under the Queen of Swords. Y'all, hold on. I don't have my iPad down here either. I may have to go get my iPad right quick, y'all, so I can look at the words of this song. You know, we can't play no music on here because YouTube has a fit, you know, intellectual property. I'm going to go get my iPad because I want to see the words of this song. Because we've got the Two of Pentacles falling under the Queen of Swords, and that means somebody's telling the truth about a dual life. So I want to see what she's telling the truth about. I'll be right back. My apologies, y'all. I had to go get my iPad. Because it's something that's said in here, and I need to know exactly what it is. Y'all always put me in a rabbit hole. Let's see. Give me a second, y'all. Let's see what y'all saying. Let me catch up. You told me go get my iPad. Social media rumored that, oh no, Blue was pregnant. Cardi supposed to have had exposed that. I wouldn't be surprised if he made Bae write Pistol a letter during saying correct, congrats on your tour. I doubt if he made her write a letter. He probably wrote the letter and signed her name on it. Why is it taking so long for my iPad to sync up? Now, if it was something I didn't want to know, it wouldn't be this hard to find it, y'all. Okay, so wait a minute. I don't see it on iTunes. Hold on, the album don't come out on iTunes until what, Friday? Notice how everyone's letter isn't handwritten like Nicki's. Shoot. Folks can barely afford the clout chase nowadays. Let's see. The song is called Bodyguard. I saw it on her track list and instantly thought of Julie's. I'm trying so hard, y'all, to get on Apple Music right now, and it's like I know my Wi-Fi is working because I'm on the internet right now, and it's not letting my iPad connect. Hold on one second. This is crazy. Let's see. Sorry about that, y'all. Said I think it comes out on Friday. Yeah, because I can't pull it up, and it's something in this song that I know I need to see the lyrics because it's gonna confirm something that they're channeling to me right now. But she definitely is, you know, giving us her story in music, and then you can look back at that story and be like, oh, that's what she was saying. Because think about it, she's got a song to where she's telling us the story of something that happened between 15 and 16 years old, and it's it's connected to a time where they were rumored to have actually had met. So if they had allegedly have met at 15, 16 years old, and she did that song 16 Carriages, we need to be paying attention to her lyrics on this album. That's why the thank you, Justice for Us, that's what I was looking for. I said the lyrics haven't been released. Because I know her lyrics are going to confirm something that I've been saying. And I think that that's her way of trying to find her little way out, is by exposing piece by piece in her music what she's been going through. But the difference is, you've been an active party and participant allegedly. So you can't be a victim and an active participant. That's the same reason why Carisha is not going to be able to slide through this like she wants to. This is where being a ride or die does not work. Said I think the same thing about her trying to communicate through her lyrics. Absolutely. She's telling us a lot of stuff if we pay attention to her lyrics. Her lyrics are going to be key. And I don't think her lyrics are actually going to be looked over the way that they should be until something happens to her. But also, y'all, I want y'all to think about how big it is that Nicki just sold out the biggest arena in Nashville in the face of country music when her blackball came through country music. I want y'all to understand how big that is. Said, and those singing Run saying something too. Listen, you're going to look back on her lyrics and her ad libs, and suddenly stuff going to start making sense. I'm telling you. When she wanted to be out the last time and she didn't take her out, she started putting her truth in Lemonade. Hey, Miss LaDon. Yeah, also, I want you to think about everything that's happened in this last 24 hours. Yes, Lemonade is an example. In the midst of the Diddy raid, we have this whole catastrophe with this bridge in Baltimore. And simultaneously, you've got a whole terror attack over in Russia with a young boy who saves, I want to say they said it was like 100 people. All of this stuff was happening simultaneously under a full moon during the week of the spring solstice, right in the midst of a full moon going into a lunar eclipse. Y'all, this past 24 to 36 hours has been intense. Said I just seen an orb fly right in front of you. I wouldn't be surprised. Said, wow, I didn't realize that. Congrats for Nicki. Yeah, Nicki sold out the biggest arena in Nashville in the midst of the people who put her in blackball. And that has never, ever been able to be done in the history of that arena and in that city without a country music artist. Could Joanne be reaching out for Nicki for a call for help? It's nothing Nicki can do for her. Y'all remember that hotel employee that said, it's above me now? It's one of those situations. Kaden, no, I'm not. Hey, Grand Rapids, Michigan, what's good with you? So all I know is these moons and the energy has me peeling skin like crazy from head to toe and aching bones. We're definitely going through a whole lot of planetary alignment shifts. We're at the introductory energy for Mercury retrograde. That's right around the corner. Mercury retrograde is terrible for Puffy because Mercury retrograde brings up everything and everyone from the past. This is the last thing he needed to happen during a federal and homeland investigation. This energy pulls out everything from the past. Said Nicki is divinely protected. Well, thank you. Let's see. Glad I caught a live. It's 1 a.m. in London right now. Hey, Jamaican Rose. Thank you for tapping in with me. Thank you, Dylan. Let's see, Miss LaDon. Let's see. In her self-entitled album, the song Pretty Hurt sticks out. Um, oh, hey, baby, said tapping in from Wales in the UK. Hey, Victoria Dale. Um, y'all, we're about to see the industry as a whole flip like a pancake. I don't know about any other medium or reader. Um, I haven't seen it yet. If you have, please put it down in my comments. But I haven't seen any other medium tell you that the president of the United States was involved in doing a sting on the entertainment industry, allegedly. I've yet to see anyone else tell y'all, but I've been warning y'all since the My Ambitions as a Writer video that that's what he was about to do. My prayers are with you, Miss LaDon. Yeah, I literally saw, I want to say it was a major blog too. It was like I'm trying to think what was the name of the blog. Double XL, and it was another one. They said that Carisha allegedly was transporting pink Coca-Cola and possible weapons for Diddy Bop, on top of, you know, being a, we'll say, a adult hired hand. And I mean, I had to drop my head. I said the Coca-Cola was pink. Y'all so extra. Y'all had to have it in the new latest colors. You couldn't just have a regular white one. Oh, Justice for Us said I'm the only one you heard say that. He said I'll get my UK massive now. I'm so serious, guys. Like I have yet to hear it yet, but I did let y'all know that the president was involved. That's why the influence on the rate was so strong. He said that he was going to give every possible resource that he had to give to help in the investigation into Tupac's homicide. Now, if all of these things collide and happen to correspond and put the same person in the crosshairs, why wouldn't he release the funds to let them go ahead and do this? Said I heard that too about the $500K a month he paid for her. I thought it was $250, but either way, $250K or $500K. Anybody gives you that a month and you still end up broke, I don't have any sympathy for you. Avid Chat, are you okay? No apologies necessary. Said, will Tory be granted an appeal? So I know you're new with me. I have been on Tory's case for, I want to say, about at least a year. And I told y'all last year, up until like 2 months ago, what was going to happen with Tory's case, that he was going to have to go outside of LA County, which he has currently done. He's taken his case to the highest court in California, the Supreme Court. And now the people who helped to put him in there, they're too tied up in their own personal scandals and trying to avoid being caught and connected to a FO to help Henny with the straw. So now the truth is going to start trickling out. I told y'all that the industry was going to form like Voltron against Henny, and we're starting to see that now with everybody taking their shots. Drake was subtle, but he took his shot. Doja Cat was overlooked, but I don't see how she dismembered a whole, horse and butchered the meat. We had the whole thing with Nicki, and now, if you get a chance, you can rewatch. I did a slight pull on Nessa Carey's, and she's exposed T. Ferris allegedly for robbing her of her budget and her deal and giving it to Megan because he was allegedly sleeping with Megan. So all of this information coming out now is going to help Tory's legal team to set the record straight. That felt very long-winded, but I hope it explained everything. So finally, all said and done, you can expect things to work out for Tory between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Said I'm going to try my best to listen to Self-Entitled and Lemonade before Friday. Young Miami is snitching. Russell Simmons is snitching. Fat Joe is snitching. Keefy D is just telling. Didn't I tell y'all folks gonna be telling like never been telling, like never told before? I told y'all it was coming. Said it's pink and it smells like strawberries. It's one of the most expensive. You said it's one of the most expensive Coca-Colas out? Absolutely. They had to get it in designer colors. Smells like strawberries. They fancy, huh? Right. He paid YM $250K. I thought that was suspicious. Now, yeah. Well, now we know she was on the clock. It was hush money, but she was on the clock, allegedly. Knowing the diddler, he probably makes it so she has to spend the money at a certain time. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know about by a certain time, but he probably made it to where she had to spend it in a certain way. Like say you get credits for something, and you can have a lot, but you could only spend it as a credit in that place. That way you don't have too much control over what you do with it. Is Henny trying to get the industry back on her side? Cashmere, I think Henny, the people around Henny, will say that the people working for Henny know that that's a crapshoot. What they're trying to do is cross her over culturally. Because if they cross her over culturally, she'll still have a chance to work. I don't like to see our people to go through trials and tribulations, but I really hope they bring Diddy and Jay-Z down to hell. They definitely need to pay big time for all the hurt and pain they've caused. Let's see, they were playing his music in court. Also the same day as the LA and Miami raids with Mr. Bop, there was a huge Coca-Cola bust as well. And the bridge. Justice for Us, how about they raided 3 houses? They only listed 2 because 2 of them were under either his name, his company, or his family. The house that was raided in New York was a rental property, but it was still raided. So he had 3 houses and a Coca-Cola bust in the same day. I kind of want Usher to go away. I'm tired of him. I wonder what was Usher on the other day when he was at that award show and he thanked the devil. He's been looking real tired and worn out lately. Said Miami and 50 baby mama. Yeah, they've been listed as FO employees, allegedly. Will pride come before the fall? Yeah, I have my money by Monday, 56. Yeah. I said there was meeting with the vice president one by one, and she is the former DA of LA. Thank you for bringing up justice for us. See, we've seen entertainers go to the White House, but they did it in such a way that it looked so ratchet that it went over everybody's head. They had all these people, invited them to the White House and made it look like it was a prestigious meeting and we're being inclusive and we're inviting the hood to the White House, and people was being invited in to low-key testify, and they just mixed and matched the people so they couldn't tell who said what. It's actually ingenious. Uh-oh. Said Grandpa, not Grandpa Simmons. Victoria Dell, no apologies necessary. Uh, Grandpa Simmons has extreme skeletons in his closet. Does it count if he starts speaking knowing his dirt and retirement in Bali? Who's got the goods on him? Well, we just spoke on this on Monday. I did an impromptu pop-up, and come to find out, Drew Dixon, who was a female music executive over here in America, had him served in Bali, even though Bali is a zero extradition country in Indonesia. She still had him served, and the process server had went into the yoga facility where he teaches people how to work out and asked for him and served him on camera. Now, I don't know if you know who Drew Dixon is, but Drew Dixon is a very prominent female producer and music executive that used to work for Def Jam, and she also worked from Russell Simmons to L.A. Reid, and she accused both of them of being sexually inappropriate, and she filed a lawsuit not too long after Cassie, naming the people who allegedly was inappropriate with her. And Simmons, of course, was on the list, but he's not in the country. She finally got the paperwork to him. And the fact that they served him on camera so he couldn't say he wasn't being served was hilarious. Remember the video she posted with all those Chanel bags, and Diddle was just looking like, I'm tired of spending money on her. Well, those Chanel bags, were a nickel to a dime in the industry. A lot of times they can, talk to a fashion house and ask them, hey, send me over some of your stuff. And they'll send the merch over just for advertisement purposes. So he may not have spent much of anything because that picture was going to go global, which was going to be free advertisement, allegedly. So I just want to know why all of Yo Gotti artists are going to the White House and what's that all about. Let's check and see. So yes, they were in the store. Yeah, they got the NY house too. Yes, yeah. They got the New York house too. The New York house was a rental, so they didn't list that one because it wasn't owned by him, but they did get the New York house as well. Uh, y'all seen that pistol twerking to her diss? She shows day by day that Kelsey did her homework. Oh, yellow brat, that's actually funny. Do you think Camel and Joanne will go down with all of this? They will start being exposed as well. Kimberly, I don't know how long you've been in here with us, but I gave the prediction of give it a year and a half to 2 years. Between 2025 and 2026, a bombshell is going to hit for their family and business. Seeing Usher link up with Russell Simmons was very suspicious, as well as he met him right after the Super Bowl, right? And he was supposed to be traveling on his honeymoon, and we didn't see his wife anywhere to be found during that. Said they all been looking dirty, so dirty. Usher definitely been looking burnt out. Guess they need to get their story straight in case they get caught. Something's going down. Keep hearing about him thanking the devil. I need to see the footage. It should still be up on YouTube, Miss LaDon. That's very clever of them to do that, Angel. Usher thank the devil. I'm missing everything. Yeah. During the acceptance speech for an award, it was some kind of music award. This was recent too. Said I got a question. Is there anything in those containers on the boats, like bodies, Coca-Cola, that would be discovered? Okay, let me stop right here because I need to answer two questions. And I feel like because of the nature of both these questions, Angel guys, I need you to be very, very specific because I know these can lead to the same type of investigators. Please split the energy. Why is all of Yo Gotti's artists going to the White House? Ten of Pentacles. Why is there a Ten of Pentacles attached to Yo Gotti's artists going to the airport? I mean, not the airport, Lord. The White House. Something is about to happen in the airport, y'all. Look like somebody all about the money. King of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Somebody's all about the money. A choice was made. It don't look like they had a choice. They had to go regardless. This was something that was going to be beneficial to Gotti. Why was this going to be beneficial to Gotti, allegedly? Okay, so he juggled over making this decision. Something that had to do with his actions and also making himself more attractive to the public as a businessman. He's trying to transition and position himself. Y'all, allegedly, Gotti is positioning himself to transition into Jay-Z's spot. Who told him that he could do this, allegedly? Six of Pentacles. Page of Swords. Y'all, now I just told y'all in the next year and a half to 2 years, there's going to be a scandal. They're positioning everything now. Six of Pentacles. Large amount of money is being put into surveillance. No expenses being spared. Ace of Cups doesn't just represent love, it represents abundance. It's falling under the Chariot. Yeah. Eight of Wands. They're moving fast and swift, and each one of these is an individual. It's 8 individuals that are looking to possibly go down for being attached to this. And they've been watching them. They already been watching them. This falls under the Two of Wands. The decision was made to watch these 8 people attached to this Emperor. Y'all see this? 8 of Wands, 9 of Wands. They're coming in swiftly because there's information attaching all these people together to the wounded warrior. People who've been hurt, people who've possibly been attacked. Y'all, they about to take down the industry. And they're going to use everybody that catches a charge, they're going to use their case to solidify another case. Or if it's breadcrumbs in this case that points to something that possibly alludes to something over there, it's going to become regular place to connect the dots, even if it's only on conspiracy. Yeah. Remember when we said, why are all these people coming to the White House? This is a sneaky way of them offering them a plea. We're going to bring you in, do all the PR necessary. You know, it's going to be great PR for you. We'll even throw a couple of dollars in your pocket for you to get here. But it's your opportunity to even a score, tell what you know, and be aware we are watching you. Allegedly. Most definitely, because, let's see, it was something else I was supposed to answer. Okay, so justice for us, the boat question. Now I can get to that. So yeah, Moneybag Yo has been smart. He's been distancing himself. You're welcome, LaDon. Thank you for asking the question. Yes, it is a fascinating rabbit hole. Henny shows me why she needed a guardian every time she twerks. Circumstances never mattered. Oh my gosh. I bet he tries to say anything they found isn't because none of the properties are in a plea of Diddy's name. He can't say that. They've been watching him so long, they know how long he stayed there. You are a resident yeah, Avid, they served Russell yesterday in Valley. They sure did. Said, I've noticed that too about Moneybag. Say Joanne sent Nicki a card. I wonder how the drunken horse feels. She should feel okay. She got a specialized tweet in pink italics from Hennessy. Okay. Usher thanked the devil at the NAACP Awards. I knew it was a recent award show. Ain't that about nothing? You get to The award show that represents your people and you want to show out. I was looking for somebody grandma with a damn belt. LOL, I know her and Camel are both pissed. Receiving their awards for getting the job done. Yeah, thank you, Kat. It was the NAACP Awards. Okay, so I want to answer this question about the freight. Was there any precious cargo that could have got somebody in trouble on this freighter in Baltimore? I watched that video after I got off that live early in the morning on Tuesday, because it was like 4 or something in the morning we got off that live. Y'all, it looked like the boat turned like this. Like it, like they literally steered it to run into the bridge. It appeared that it may have possibly been on fire already before contact. And the way that it fell apart, it fell apart like somebody put a chair together and forgot to put all the damn screws in it. It was terrible. Remember, y'all, I said this was a financial win for somebody. Look at this. 10 of Pentacles and the Wheel. Allegedly, this could be an insurance bonanza. Like, they're going to be ordered to pay, but they're going to pay out of some earnings received. Somebody's going to want to stand up and be defensive, because this could possibly make it to court. Choice in reverse, the Lovers in reverse, leads to heartbreak. So somebody is going to get blamed for this, for being seen as like they defaulted on something. Somebody's throwing somebody completely under the bus to keep somebody else safe in this situation. 10 of Swords. And this is going to be a wish fulfillment, possibly before the court. 9 of Cups. Yeah, the Fool. Somebody's throwing somebody under the bus for this one, y'all. There's going to be what could possibly look like an scapegoat attached to this boat incident. Okay, I see Justice for Dolph. Said Peepaw, the Thotties, and Barty Gang are going at each other. See, I'm so out of the loop, but that's probably because I'm not on X, Twitter, whatever the hell it's called. I haven't been on my account on there, and I can't tell you when. All of those current gatekeepers need to go. Miss LaDon, they're all being cleared out, low-key, allegedly, by your president and your vice president. They've created a Trojan horse to clean up trafficking, and it's going to come through Tinseltown. Yeah, so the containers on the boat. They're trying to figure out how they're going to scapegoat this, because they don't want to talk about what actually happened and what was going on. So they're going to do whatever they need to do to pay people out fast and be quiet. Don't be surprised if documents are sealed. All of this is ratchet and ghetto as hell. We just need something else to raise the vibration. I agree. But see, it's got to happen to raise the vibration. All these people got to be exposed and casted out so that the energy can be cleansed. I wonder what Drake thinks about Nicki's husband. That's a good question. Well, I mean, Drake is into Nicki, so no matter what type of husband she has, he wants her, so he ain't gonna like him no way. How does Nicki feel about Joanne's card or letter? Let me see if I can find her cards over here. No, those ain't the ones I'm looking for. Where are my cards for her? I think these are it. Yes, they are. I found Nicki's designated cards, y'all. I want to switch up and use another deck for her. As y'all know, the Barbie deck is hers. So how does Nicki feel about her card from Joanne? Four of Coins. So Four of Coins is a card of, you know, being stubborn, but thinking that she thinks that I don't want to say publicity stunt. It's like she's still hurt about the energy that comes from them. Wounded Warrior is at the bottom of the deck. Like it's something that looks solid, but she's stubborn. She still feels hurt. Six of Swords, moving forward from a toxic situation. And, you know, embracing the truth. So she don't trust her. Two of Wands, the bottom of the deck. She's considering making a choice. Two of Cups, Queen of Cups, Queen of Coins. So it's like she's highly intuitive. She knows that right now in this situation, she has the tiger by its toe. She's being strategic about the way that she deals with some of everybody right now. The Lovers. So she's focusing on her husband, her family, her work. And it's something that's attached to this whole energy. Like I said, she's still the wounded warrior over this situation because she feels like behind the scenes they've played a role. Yeah, here it is. You've manifested in somehow, some way, her being put out in the cold. Whether it's blackballed, taking money out her mouth, something that was said or given a cosign to something that affected her career. Knight of Swords. Yeah, somebody came to her and told her something about things that were said and done behind the scenes. Death falling under the Ace of Swords. So she decided to move on and just cut all ties and to just be done with it and call an ace a ace and a spade a spade. because somebody put her up on information behind the scenes to where people allegedly were in the know about things that was said about her being ostracized, and they possibly had something to do with it. I said, bump them Mama Tina allowances getting cut. It looked like it was being steered when I saw it too. Yeah, it looked like they literally had did this. Like it was, because it was going this way, which means only the side of it or the end of it would have clipped the bridge. And the bridge could have possibly fell on top of the ship. It looked like the ship was literally turned like that. I had to watch it more than once because I wanted to make sure I wasn't tripping. Was this a deterrent to P. Diddy news? No. But I tell you what, it could have been a deterrent for. Both of those stories, P. Diddy and the bridge coming out when it did, could have been to keep us from paying attention to what's happening in Russia right now. Putin is releasing all of the religious pieces and what do you, how do you say this? Artifacts. He's releasing all the religious artifacts, Catholic artifacts, Judaism artifacts, showing that the Messiah was black and the disciples were black. And then they had terror attacks all at the same time. All of this is happening in the same 24 hours, y'all. All of it. So, if anything, I would say pay attention to everything that has happened literally in 48 hours. Because there's some really big stuff going on right now, and I don't think that people are able to digest it. It's going to take a couple weeks to really realize what's happening. How did Ryan Garcia know? Listen, once you are a part of a certain order, everybody knows. Everybody is tapped on the shoulder, and they're all told to. That's why you see them take this picture. They're all supposed to keep quiet about what they know, but they're all in the know. So they're trying to say it was because the ship kept losing power. But even if that was the case, losing power doesn't affect the boat's steering abilities. I never thought it did, Miss LaDon. That's a great point. Joanne and Nikki's communicating. Laugh out loud. See, when you start winning, you force people's hand. Nicki winning right now is making a lot of people eat crow. Even if the ship loses power, you can still steer it, and if it's unable to move, tugboats would be called to pull it along, right? It's a lot of things that were supposed to happen that didn't happen. Like, nobody called the Coast Guard when they first realized that they were having issues. Like, so Ryan Garcia posted that something was going to happen in Baltimore on 3/26 when he had the initial rant. Then it got deleted, and that's why I asked. Thank you, Nisha. Like I said, believe it or not, when you are in company of certain orders, you know what you know, but you're supposed to. So if something is orchestrated allegedly by a certain group, it would have been known, because dates with them is everything, and everything happens to not only the date but the lunar and planetary alignments. Now, I want y'all to understand, we are literally in the midst of a full moon and a lunar eclipse, and we're still in the 7-day cycle from the spring equinox in a leap year. There's so much energy just wrapped up into that in itself. So if you look at in a 14-day span, all the things that happen and how the clusters of things happen in this lunar cycle. And see, Ryan Garcia saying that, the next thing they're going to say when he tell the truth about something else, they're going to try to make it seem like he's, he's addicted to something, or he's mentally affected in some kind of way. Said you lose power, you cannot steer it off. You lose power, you can still, they have backup power, backup generators. They could still radio the Coast Guard or NCIS for that area to alert them that they're about to have a problem. The whole situation seems weird. It's terrible for people affected, but it seems weird. Doing better, or y'all talking to each other? Let's see, Jamaican Rose say, Abbott, that is crazy. I'm sorry to hear what happened to you. Hold on, let me go back and see what you said. My condolences, Avid Chatter. My prayers are with you and your family. Said I watch the international news channels more to get my info on Russia. Yeah, Megan, watch the international news channels. Watch what's happening in Russia. Watch what's happening in like Palestine and Israel, because that's what we need to start seeing and what's happening, because the world government is making a huge shift according to what's happening right now in those places. So U.S. is trying their hardest to block out the Russian stories. And see, here's the thing. During the time that incident happened with the boat, because like I said, I just got off of my last live. So I go online so that I can look up the bridge story, because I wanted to see what happened to the bridge in Baltimore, because I was being told about it in the chat. And as I'm looking in the chat, because I'm subscribed to World News Networks on YouTube, I was able to see that there was a terror attack in Russia, and there was a young school-age boy, like a teenager, who had saved like 100 people. And all of this was happening simultaneously. But like you said, they're not showing us the Russian news. Said, Said, is Joanne an informant to Nicki? We can ask. Hey, Frosty. Yeah, how did that bridge fall that easy? It literally looked like screws were missing. The way it fell apart, it was like, it literally was like sitting in a chair that was missing screws. Is Joanne informing Nicki? Justice, King of Coins. So justice means trying to bring the balance to a situation because you, oh, so allegedly she's trying to play nice now because she did allegedly possibly have a hand in slowing down her money, like blackballing her allegedly. Five of Swords, harsh communication. So it's like she's trying to extend the olive branch to Nicki. I know things ain't good between the both of us, but I'm going to reach out. Yep. Because they've been into it in the past. It's been harsh communication in the past. I know, Wounded Warrior, I know you're still upset about things that were said and things that happened with the star, the Aquarius. We know Aquarius is Henny. So she's trying to bridge the gap with her. I got it. She's trying to bridge the gap with her, y'all, because she wants to soften the blow between her and Henny and them not getting along, because they're at a very pivotal place with Henny with the straw. Thanks for asking this question. Knight of Coins. So if Nicki exacts justice on Henny with the straw, if she really unleashes on her, it's going to stop her money. Yeah, Knight of Cups. She's extending an offer. She wants to help her bury the hatchet between her and Henny. The Lovers, Six of Cups. So a choice that attached to things that happened in the past. Yeah, it's so funny. It's like I'm hearing Biggie say, you know we need this money. Yeah. Like, please don't tell no more truths on her. Don't illuminate nothing else on the star. I know it's your decision. Eight of Wands. Y'all, this falls under the Knight of Coins and Justice. Right now, we cannot handle you telling the truth on her, letting nothing else out the gate, because this will derail everything swiftly. Eight of Wands. Y'all, interesting. The Chariot. So yeah, she's coming forward to extend this olive branch towards Nicki so that they can preserve their artist. Nine of Swords. It's anxiety over this choice. Why? Queen of Coins. So y'all, Beyonce is not confident that this is going to work. Death is at the end of the deck. She feels the energy is different. There's a transition, and she knows that eventually it's going to be final. Y'all, something's coming down the pike, and she's worried about what Nicki could say. Why is she worried about what Nicki can say? What's coming down the pike? Now, Justice. Why is Justice popping out? What's coming down the pike? Y'all see this? Justice comes out again. The Emperor. Y'all, this is a wish fulfillment for the Emperor. Camel is facing some kind of possible investigation, and it could possibly be attached to this whole situation with Henny. And she knows that Nicki holds the key. If Nicki keeps exposing Henny, it also exposes her husband. So she wants to, smooth everything out so that they could kind of like move past this. But the energy is not the same. Making Me Too. Ironically, U.S. press covers UK news way better than the UK right now, and Al Jazeera covers a lot of stuff better than the UK ever do. Like, who recorded it? Yeah, that's interesting because I want to know, was that a city-owned camera, like one of those green light cameras that recorded it, or was that a person? Let's see. Agent Orange said the same thing about black people being the chosen people and no one's talking about it. Miss LaDon, Charlie Manson also said that in prison too. You can look it up on YouTube. He practically said the black man is God. I felt it was different. Putin saying Jesus was black is a huge. That's on the Holy Weekend. Yeah, he put the information out just in time for Easter, right after Passover, at the end of Lent, in the middle of a holy war at that. Said, I keep seeing full moons. He said that recently. This is off topic, but another podcaster said that Wendy Williams' life changed when she lost the bet and ate crow live. I did see that, and spiritually, that's something that she should not have played with, because you got to know the significance of what things mean. A lot of times, our ancestors and our elders will say things, especially if your people are country, and it just sounds like something country as hell to say, it's just a euphemism. But a lot of those euphemisms, can't even talk, y'all. A lot of those euphemisms are based in truth. They come from some type of fact. They said her eyes color turned black, and she cursed herself at that point. It's highly probable. But I did see that. I do remember that. Can you touch on Wendy Williams? I saw you say that in his reading, Angel. The planetary energies are definitely high. We're all feeling it right now. Absolutely. Because it's changing my sleeping pattern for sure. I get the feeling about all of this construction and now the bridge falling. I think a final destination. Also, NK in China. What do I see for Joanne Camel and Nicki now that Nicki is winning? Joanne congratulated her on the tour. I just tapped into that energy. She don't really trust her like that. She's gonna take the congratulations, but it's not really from a genuine place. It's more so to keep the peace, because there's some information that they cannot afford right now for it to come full circle, so to speak. They're on the heels of being exposed, I'll say that. So they need to avoid every confrontation known to man right now. Said it popped up on Facebook. Podcaster show Wendy eating crow. Yeah, I think she made a bet. But see, here's the thing. Those industry people, they study spiritualism in the light and the dark. So if they saw it, if they got her to see it as, you lost a bet, you got to eat crow, she looked at it from a marketing standpoint. They knew what it was going to do spiritually anyway. If I was Nicki, I wouldn't trust Joanne. I didn't see that she did, but you're right, I wouldn't either. Why did Nicki send the PR package? Um, that I don't even know anything about that. You gotta put me up on it. That can't be good. Crows are deeply spiritual birds. Absolutely. Crows are just like they're one of those they're one of those animals that are like the gatekeepers to the spiritual world. So like perfect example of why it's not wise to play with crows. Brandon Lee did a box office movie called The Crow, where he showed that he was between both worlds. And he didn't even make it out of doing that movie. He passed away filming that movie because the crow is the messenger of death. He works for the Reaper. So when you play with the crow, you are calling the Reaper. Is it right? Zesty firemen and crows don't forget like elephants. So you know, so so that you was on the other side like damn well she ain't eating me. Oh, ooh. So wait, is it true that Carlissa's husband wants out? I told y'all that he was gonna be looking at leaving her and she was gonna possibly, I don't remember what live this was. This was before we had bots. I told y'all he was gonna look at leaving her and she was gonna potentially do a reality show about being single if he was to leave. But at the time he was only thinking about it when I tapped into it. But he's tired of the shenanigans. So says she must think a major truth is coming out. That's what I see. Circumstances never matter. She's trying to avoid all conflict that could possibly come about. And she knows that Nicki is a formidable opponent. And if Nicki says something, it's going to force things to come to light. And they cannot afford to have things come to light right now with the eyes of the White House peering through entertainment. And so y'all got to understand, politics and entertainment go hand in hand like a John to, a streetwalker. So to see that the John is turning into the possible DA is hilarious. Because they already know where the bones are buried because they patronize a lot of the same services, allegedly. Said the chick's name is Necessary. Does it Necessary dissed Bigfoot today and she busted more smoke about her. Yeah, Necessary's who she definitely made the snake shed some skin. She came for sure. That was the part two. I got to go back and hear the part one. This is a must watch, and this girl ain't playing with Bigfoot. No, she's not, Frosty T. Said, I don't play with any birds thanks to Alfred Hitchcock. Avid chatter, that bird was the crow. So Alfred Hitchcock taught you right. Because that bird is a death merchant. And what about Dre being scared for Blueface in prison? And Carlissa saying that he's having a mental breakdown. He's been in prison, so it didn't sound that crazy to me. I know he was attacked. First of all, Carlissa need to shut the hell up because she's never been locked up for real, so she don't know why her son is afraid. Apparently, if he's afraid, He's seen some things. He probably didn't feel comfortable enough telling you about what he's experienced and what he's seen because he don't want to be judged. But he done seen some things, and he probably still got a pipeline of information to somebody who might still be locked up that could tell him what's really happening. But Carlissa don't care about nothing and nobody that ain't putting no money in her pocket. I said we kept telling Henny to not go down the road of dissing Nicki, but nope, she made that bed when she spoke on her husband. Well, she had been taking shots this whole time, but when she spoke on her husband, it was definitely the straw that broke the camel's back. Pun and no pun intended. I think Nicki doesn't feel the same way she used to about Bay. And why should she when the hate train happened? Beyonce didn't care at all. And that's why I see that she not gonna go back on it. She gonna look at her side eye from here on out. Will Voldemort, C. Davis, and the Death Eater, Hugh Jones, be brought to justice and taken down alongside Brother Love. Oh, you're asking, will they go down with him? Jamaican Rose, what I see happening is that they got orders from the people that are above them to turn him loose and to back up while they expose him. So as long as they rescind their support, chances are they'll be able to skate out of this. But if they get named and they got to face what they done, I think some folks gonna possibly go to the upper or lower room a little early due to stress. Frosty T, Angel Red on the woman who's singing and rapping the next level. Henny Diss, I forget the name now. Nessa Carries. Yes, those names had me outdone, Jamaican Rose. Said Avid Chatter. I feel sorry for Dre. He only seems concerned. He's the only one seems concerned for his bro. I agree. Thank you, Nate. So you're my favorite YouTuber. It's alleged that Young Miami is being accused of transporting that candy for P. Diddy. Yes. Not only did they say she had that candy, they said it was pink. That one damn near took me out. I said, nah, I don't know who's doing designer colors nowadays, but I be doggone. Yes, and my sleeping patterns are off. I can't sleep under the moon. Zesty, I said I don't feel sorry for Blue. He was out here knocking women around like tennis balls. Now he's in there learning how he's not built for it tough like he thought. Avid Chatter, they got him somewhere doing a 23-1. He ain't hanging out with the rest of them inmates the way that he want us to believe he is. And from what I'm hearing, I don't know how true this is. This is all rumor. They're saying that some people checked him about his affiliation with the gang and found out that he wasn't really down with the gang. He was just affiliated. So if that is true, that means he has zero protection at all. He can't be around nobody. Carlissa even admitted basically she picked his wife and talked to her online as him, which is weird, and saying that she's been accused of abusing a puppy. These people are weird. Nicki sent Joanne a PR package of her nail collection, and Joanne wrote that note congratulating her on the nail collection and the tour. Y'all, both of them funny as hell, but only one of them earned the title to have the last name Petty. Zesty Fireman, that Carlissa just grinds my gears. I can't wait for her to have her day. It's coming soon. Says Carlissa gonna miss her benefits Listen, did she sit up there and talk about all them benefits they get from her husband's job? Yeah, she gonna miss them benefits. Well, we remember the VP from California was connected there. May definitely be a part of the platform to clean up Hollywood. Well, y'all gotta remember, VP and the president were both at one point in time DAs, and they were high-powered DAs that locked up more melanated people than anybody else in the United States. So it makes sense to me that they would be the two to come in and do this. Let's see, I think she did a voodoo spell and it missed Blue and hit Andre. Ooh, wee. Zesty, I remember her saying something about I can't remember. I'll have to go back and listen. Yes, she even made a video recently about how she always gets back up, plan, etc. She would indeed miss the good PR and having a husband. Okay, hello, Puerto Rico. Justice for us. You may be right. Poor Dre has been in and out the code all his life and has a massive trust issue. I know he can be volatile, but I do feel for him. Yeah. I don't think they will implicate. They will be implicated because I think Flea Diddy will off himself. At least they will make it seem like he took himself out. The last part of that sentence is very important because remember the certain steam person they found that they claimed off to himself, and it didn't seem plausible the way that they found him in his cell. Avid chatter, I can see Diddy make it. I can't see Diddy making it to prison either. I think Angel predicted his passing too. So, yeah, Epstein Jr. Flea Diddy. Flea Diddy is funny. Um, Let me see. I'm gonna do a couple of these oracles that I made to see what his karma is. Show me the karma of Diddy Bop. Okay, so we got graveyard dirt, y'all. Sweet and honey jars. Failed Hogwarts University. So that right there shows me that he's trying. Y'all got to understand, these high-powered people, they have people that do work for them. But this is showing me that he's getting to the point that he's getting desperate. He's trying to do stuff on his own. That explains that tattoo he got, because no possible real bruja told him to get that tattoo. Mirror magic, spying. So yeah, he feels like now he's feeling like he's being watched. He did some work himself. He did some work himself. And it's not working out. Now remember, food magic. What did y'all remember? They said he was putting stuff in people's beverages and possibly their food. What did say, y'all? Pay with your life. You've cursed your own bloodline, hexing them, and you'll have to watch the person you hex win while you lose. So all the people that he came against, he's got to watch them win while he loses. And look at what he did to his children. He cursed his bloodline. This all falls under failed Hogwarts University. So whatever he thought to do on his own spiritually, he didn't research it properly and he messed up. Yeah. So this is Bible verse. So Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and life, and no man cometh unto the Father but by me. John 4:6. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be as bad as people think. After they throw something out of the media, it makes it bigger than what it is. I disagree, Gucci. This is one of the biggest things that happened in the millennium because of what it's attached to. This isn't like he had a particular party and it was a turn for the worse and then he got to pay off a victim. This is huge. This is like tunnels. This is networks, underground networks. Yeah, that tattoo on his back. All of this is coming out of him trying to spiritually cover himself. He was trying to spiritually attach himself to some type of protection, but he failed. He didn't read the fine print. He didn't properly research what he was doing. What I just tell y'all, ineffective spell work falls under mirror magic and spying. What he did caused the contract that he signed to be nullified. He broke his own protection. Just like her eating crow, you know, Wendy Williams eating crow started to be the turnaround for her. Blasphemy, you can't repent. Now, I'm hearing the song in my head, You Can Hate Me Now. Remember, in that video, him and Nas got into it because he wanted Nas to edit the footage out of him being on the cross. That was blasphemous. Candle magic. I told y'all he was doing his own occult work and didn't know what the hell he was doing for real. He thought because he knew enough information by being around people that did it that he could do some stuff himself. Allegedly. And now the devil has come to collect. He didn't even realize he severed the cord between him and the demons that were protecting him. That falls under ineffective spell work. Now the devil is coming to collect because now you can no longer go out and recruit for the devil. You become your own sacrifice. Must apologize to your victims. Repenting is not enough. Y'all see this? Must apologize to your victims. Repenting is not enough. Angel eye. Avenging angels are watching you. Yeah, he broke that contract with his protection. He made it that much easier for the angelic forces to come in and expose him. Bottom of the deck. Sex magic. Tapped into the wrong energy. What did I tell y'all? Tapped into the wrong energy. He tapped into the energy attached to that deity that he got tattooed on his back. You were warned. What I tell y'all? Somebody told him that might not have been the best idea to get that done. Now he literally got that deity riding his back. Mistook jinns for angelic assistance. The demons he served set him up. They knew when he put that deity on his back that deity was going to dismantle him because he didn't realize that deity protects women and children. He thought he was going to get protection himself. Your bloodline will be erased for your actions, y'all. The Most High is reversing your work. That's why we seeing all this stuff hit the fan. You're unprotected now. I told y'all he was unprotected. You lost before you even began the game. How did he lose? Sex magic. And because he used sex magic, aka what they are calling possible trafficking, the very thing that he was using to harvest energy is the thing that's going to be used to collect him and harvest the last of his energy. People better start understanding the devil never plays for keeps. Anything the devil gives you is definitely going to go back to the devil when he's done with you. When it's all said and done. Let's see, they will find little Diddy taking a celestial snooze in a cave somewhere with luggage full of cash and regrets. Diddy is highly psychic, but that will only help dodge justice for a few years. Interesting you said that, Jamaican Rose. I don't know what his moon is in, but being that he is a Scorpio makes him a water sign, and water signs are very perceptive. But he's not perceptive enough because God God was laughing at him when he got that deity put on his back. That was literally the beginning of the end, and he did that to himself. He fast forwarded, literally fast tracked his karma. Miss Lazan, I'm telling you, it's that tattoo. Yeah, he had no idea that he got a tattoo of a deity that protects women and children. Now look at what's happening to him. He's going down because of allegedly what he possibly done to women and children. Wait, the new documents that came out about Young Miami being a, we'll say, adult worker, wasn't Cassie doing the same thing? According to Cassie, she was being forced to do all of that. Young Miami is looking complicit. Man, they are going to do Flea Diddy Stein worse than R. Kelly and Bill Cosby. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And why it's going to get even worse is because they're going to use him to take down everybody else. Wow, ineffective spell worker confirmation. Yeah. My civics teacher used to say, "You so smart, you dumb." And that's the situation he put himself in. He was trying to be proactive, but because he didn't read the spiritual fine print, he didn't properly research the deities that he was asking for assistance. He didn't pay attention or properly research the deity that he has on his back. He set himself up. He fast-tracked himself to face karma. Said I heard that song too. Hey, say Miss Zoe. Say hey, Miss Zoe. Lord, I said that all backwards. Let's see, Jamaican Rose agreed. It sounds like he's a remote viewer, but a psychopath will always underestimate everyone and everything around them. Well, Zesty Fireman, that's the interesting thing about people like me, people like Sloan Bella, and you know, that's just to name a couple. But we're given the gift of sight so that we can be a part of that truth that unravels the whole illusion. We help you lift the veil. So, you know, that's the one thing about gifted people. You have to choose which side that you want to use your gift for. And unfortunately, a lot of these people that have damage in childhood years, the early childhood development, those types of things happen to them to get them to spiritually go to the dark side. So Kim did say he was big on, yeah, sex magic. Diddy started off strong with information on too many high-powered people. However, he didn't keep up on this, and the others had more in him than he had in them. Plus, he must have pissed off the wrong people. Jamaican Rose. All of that is a culmination to just, he was running out of time anyway. A lot of this stuff is done by the numbers, and it's done by the alignment of the planetary alignment and the stars. So sadly, when you sign these contracts, they know your exit date the same way they know your entry date. They know how they're going to get rid of you before they put you on. And being that he's 54, and in numerology that reduces down to 9, this is the year that he's going to start to face the end of the cycle to power him down. So he messed up several different ways. He didn't pay attention to his numerology. He wasn't paying attention to the alignment of the stars so that he can know by his birth chart what his difficulties were. Like, these are all things that the industry does because they chart out, they map out your life to the way things are supposed to go. He knows this. But, you know, he, like I said, he started trying to do some stuff himself and he messed up. So I'm so glad that I've never had any remote interest in exploring dark spell work, demons, etc. The consequences sound terrifying. They are, because demons don't play fair. You have to be the one that is well aware of your wording and how you process things, because you could say something that means the same thing to you, but just the chance of changing the words, just a word or two, it can change the whole incantation, the whole spell, and backfire on you. On top of the fact that demons and these entities, they can become greedy. So whatever your initial agreement is, they get accustomed to feasting. Yesterday's price might not be today's price. Whatever they used to take to do your initial work, you might have to double that and triple that and on and on and on, because those spirits have to be fed. So he thought because she was a deity of love that she would work with him. He didn't read the fine print. Funny you said that, Miss LaDon, because remember, his whole movement at the time, he's Brother Love, the Love Records, the Love, album, the Love Network. He was doing everything that was attached to love, but nobody told him love and war are close cousins. He forgot that being at a high level was not the same as being in control. Absolutely, Jamaican Rose. He will realize that that illusion of power isn't the same as standing in, holding and controlling power. Absolutely. This is like finding out who Pinocchio is versus Geppetto. See, Pinocchio always wanted to be a real boy, but the truth of the matter is he was a puppet. No matter how it goes, puppet always needs a puppet master. It's like telling somebody you the plug, but the plug always need a socket. All you got to do is cut the power off from the socket. Don't matter if you the plug. You can't give out nothing that you don't have. Said allegedly he was using the X magic on kids. Well, that deity on his back protects women and children. Anything you do to them, that entity, that deity, she can take your soul, because her job is to protect women and children. Says exactly. Even if the little under the bed goblins aren't speaking to you, you know it's bad. Listen, I heard this too about the jinn. Yeah. And see, that people say they read the Bible, but the Bible tells you to question the spirit. Make the spirit tell you who it is. Even with Solomon, even with the Messiah, when spirits came before them, demons came before them, they made them tell them their names. That way you knew exactly who you were dealing with. You knew it was a demon. And once you know who it is and what they do, you know how to cast them out. Cassie wasn't loud and proud like Miami, right? You have to obey the spiritual law. Absolutely. Absolutely. And spirits at any given time have the right to cancel contracts. So you could try to, harness these spirits and force them to work for you. But no sooner those spirits learn you and they learn the way around you, you got a problem. You said even Bloody Mary ain't coming to help the Didster. Nah, he's done. She was talking about burning bridges. Hey, did you hear about Disneyland? What happened at Disneyland this time? Because Disneyland got a long record of people allegedly disappearing from Disneyland and never being found again. Does this mean with so many going down that the way is preparing for others just as evil or more so? If so, who could be the replacement? Well, see, Jamaican Rose, it goes like this. They're definitely doing an out with the old, in with the new. They're replacing them with people that were underlings, and they're also replacing them. Ooh, I'm channeling that there will possibly be some government plants that can take place in these positions. There was a record label out of DC. This was some years ago, possibly up to 10 years ago if you look it up. I believe it was called Manic Records, right? So Manic Records was a record label that was 100% funded and created by the United States government as a sting. They hired their own artists, had the artists to come into the studio, actually work on a mixtape, put an album out, and through this studio, they would pay people to come in to do features with this artist, and they would kick it with people in the studio about, who's connected, who got that Coca-Cola, et cetera, et cetera. So they decided to start doing business through the studio, not knowing that this studio was a front for a government agency. Long story short, Manic Records ended up taking down a cartel. And I want to say almost 70 people got arrested because of this record label that they found out later was a front for the United States government. So imagine Manic Records popping up in every major region. And now you'll always have a pulse to the street because they're going to put out their own artists because they've proved that they could do this before. And a lot of people have no idea that it ever happened. So that's what's going to start happening in entertainment, which is still going to make it even harder for the actual artists to get off and make money because you're going to have agents come in that are going to be financed by the government, and these people are going to be making the money in high profile because they're going to be turning in information allegedly for investigation while they continue to do these cleanups. So I have to say I prefer you to Sloan Angel. You have a lot more empathy, and that's a fact. You and her are a different breed, talented as she is. You're the best. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. And that's saying a lot because Sloan is really talented. Absolutely agreed, Zesty. I feel the exact same way. Thank you, Miss LaDon. Um, just read something about Disneyland ride had body parts scattered on it and it was closed down. Not sure if it's true. Okay, so Cameron, thank you for telling me that, because it just went into the local news today that Ford Field Stadium here in Detroit has the second body has been found at Ford Field, and somebody was eating off of this body. Okay, so it's one thing for them to find a carcass, but this is the second one they found, and somebody did some cannibal things. So they closed that stadium down to investigate, because they're trying to find out who is placing bodies there. And it would be a very good question, because now you got to figure out who's putting the bodies there and who's eating off of them. Didn't they worship a deity? Heard that. It sounds like the deity favor is running out. She, as far as I know, she keeps up with the seven African powers, but I've been stating all this time that the seven African powers are not going to help her when she's acting like a colonist to her own people. So, you can't treat your people like a colonizer, but go to these deities and they see the way you treat the people that they're sent to watch over. Yes, she does. Amethyst, she allegedly evokes Oshun. And see, Oshun is not to be played with. Right, Angel? If you don't want to read the Bible, at least read the story of Rumpelstiltskin. I'm done. Avid chatter. Oh my goodness. Do you think Pistol Pete is also involved in Diddy case? I wouldn't be surprised if she also helped him to recruit people. Now you see what I mean, Yellow Brad, about how this case is about to turn into a spider graph that's going to touch everybody. Now, according to Nessa Carey's, Henny got, sloppy and got naked and begged Carl to take that. So if she did that with Carl, how often does she do that? And has she done that at several of these places? And will we find out that she could have possibly allegedly been in some of those situations herself? Wow, I never knew that. Had no idea. I wonder if Atlantic is still a front. Listen, we Rick Ross was outed by a reporter who ended up being unalive later, that he was a corrections officer, and he denied it for like 2 years. And then next thing you know, people started to find pictures of him as employee of the month, and he had to finally admit it. Body parts. Yeah, Miss Ladon. That's it. Ain't it crazy? Are you sure that Manic Records wasn't run by Desiree from Rock Nation? Cut a deal, Des. They didn't have her cutting the deal in this one yet, but I feel like that's the energy to come to where she works. She's bringing that to where she works. So I just read it on Reddit. Not sure if it's true or not, but I thought that was interesting. Like maybe there was an accident or something. Yeah, it was an accident, or somebody forgot to pick up the pieces that they was probably taking to the basement at Disney World. How do you put that there and nobody sees you with all that surveillance? Manic, sorry, not Atlantic. My autocorrect is being funny. Disneyland, Disney World has trapdoors in their floors. Yeah, I was just saying this, Miss Ladime, that there has been stories about people, especially children, who disappear from there and they're never found again. And let's talk about the fact that there is supposed to be tunnels under there as well. So if there's tunnels under there as well, then it's easier to get people out of there, and you wouldn't see them again, because they're not going to leave through conventional types of ways. That's absolutely insane, Cameron. I like the ombre of your nails. Thank you. Hey, Toke. Oh, thank you. God loves you too. My God is the most high for sure. Jolene is definitely giving colonizer vibes in the past few years. Yeah, said that's absolutely crazy. They said Disneyland, so I'm gonna try to look into it. I don't know, but there's some sick stuff going on. Yes, it is. I could never really get into Jolene. Something about her ways seem off to me. That's gross about Disneyland. Wow. Can't keep up with that. I've never felt the need to go to Disneyland, Disney World, and to take any children there. Never. Did you hear about the underground tunnels at Diddy's house? It said that all of the houses in that area are linked together through tunnels. Miss LaDon, I heard about it and I'm not surprised. I want to say, I said at the beginning of this live that not too far away from me, there's $1 million homes that have tunnels under those homes. And it's not listed when you look up for the real estate for this area. Like you literally have to be purchasing the house before they tell you that it's tunnels under the house. Some of the houses they blocked off the tunnels and they don't even tell you that it has tunnels. If you go, you have to like go get the blueprints to the house, and that's if it's in the blueprints because they could have built it afterwards. So I'm not surprised. A lot of these multi-million-dollar neighborhoods have those types of infrastructures under the house. Anytime that, especially if the house was possibly owned by somebody who was in organized crime at some point, a lot of those houses have speakeasies and tunnels. Do you think Justin will go to prison? I think he faces the chance of going, but they're going to give him a chance to tell everything that he knows. These tunnels are also linked to Disney, allegedly. Like I said, y'all, you start paying attention more and more and more to these stories y'all hear about these tunnels. Because you got to think about all these people that disappear and can't nobody find them. Where do they go? I'm going to have to say night night, beautiful souls. It's 2:34 here. Oh, good night, Zesty Fireman. I'm about to get out of here myself pretty soon. Angel, do you think Justin will ever come forward and fully admit what was done to him and by who? I keep feeling the energy that Bieber is gonna talk because his health is affecting him, and he's got so many people that's working to possibly allegedly silence him. So he wants to say what he has to say before it's too late. Someone on TikTok went live. His neighbor's house looks like a castle out of Transylvania. Oh, Zesty's in the UK, Miss LaDon. Said it's been the Akhenazi the whole time. Said I'm just waking up. Hello, Miss Angel. Hey, Kendra Cobb. Avid chatter. Bieber already outed them before. Well, at this point, it's one thing to out them and say something. It's another thing to put it on a record and, you know, actually document it. So I think what's happening, remember, Usher kind of alluded to a possible statement when they asked why didn't Justin perform for Super Bowl, and he said the oddest thing ever, and it stuck in my head. He said, well, he wants to tell another story now. And the first thing that crossed my mind was like, what the hell you mean? What story is he telling? What does that have to do with him doing Super Bowl? Either he was doing it or he not. Now it makes sense. He wants to tell a different story. Y'all can't get him to corroborate what y'all need him to say anymore. Glad I have the day off. Oh, here to the end. Oh, thanks, Jamaican Rose. Oh, Zesty Fireman, I thought you left us already. Said I'm in the north of the UK. Good night. We'll see you next time. We used to be able to keep Angel here for 5 to 6 hours. Now she's growing stronger of our chat tricks. Listen, that live on the impromptu live on Monday, I didn't get off of there until almost 5 in the morning, but I came in like around midnight. And we started off with, Diddy Heimer and everything he got going on with him, and it ended with everybody telling me about the news with the bridge in Baltimore and me doing a reading on that. Yeah, that impromptu live was so wild and fun. Listen, I couldn't wait to get in here. I almost fell across the damn chair trying to hurry up and do that live. I was in the house probably like 2, 3 minutes. I threw my coat, was like, let's get it. Y'all, we're about to see every walk of life get exposed. We're about to see education. We're going to see the schools get exposed. Thank you, Carolyn Brown. Yeah, you're going to see even down to, regular everyday life. You're going to start seeing family and neighbors get exposed because the veil is that thin. It's just that time. Stuff that people did for 20 years and got away with it. We're in that time where all that stuff comes full circle now. Said I really pray for Justin. He is really tormented by what he's been through. It is so sad. Yeah, I agree. I watched a video that Sean Davy Way did earlier. Shout out to Sean Davy Way. And he was explaining the breakdown of, like, between two videos when Bieber first met Puffy and he took him to hang out with him for 48 hours, and then how he was avoiding him in his body language when he saw him again. And he was exposing how, Diddy Stein was intimidating him and just exposing his predatory behavior. And I think he did a great job of that. So I wonder if Will Smith will be exposed. If he does get exposed, he's been embarrassed by his wife so much that he's got sympathy just from marrying bad. I still think that boat deliberately steered into that bridge. Honey, it looked like it steered into that bridge to me because I watched it and it was going like this on an angle and it turned. And it's like, this ain't a small boat where it, can get handled by the current like that. Even if it still hit the bridge, it would have more so clipped the bridge, not hit it straight on the way that it did. It, to me, it looked like it deliberately turned into that beam. Yeah, here come the bots. Said I love Sean too. LOL, he's hilarious. Yeah, he's done some really great coverage this past week. I got to give him his props. The way that he aligned the information from Little Rod's his deposition, his paperwork for the civil lawsuit, to the way that the feds and Homeland Security went in to check his house. He hit the nail on the head from what I told y'all from the deactivation series, that the federal government took those lawsuits as breadcrumbs and said, okay, well, you're giving us the date and the time and the place. He's telling us that everything in this house was recorded and that every room in each one of these houses has cameras. That was enough for the feds and Homeland Security to go in and take all of the security systems and the motherboard so that they can see if what they're saying aligns with all the evidence that they brought into court. That's what I was telling everybody from the beginning. There was a lot of YouTubers that kept saying, oh, he can't go to jail from a civil case. It's a civil case. You know, all they can do is sue for money. And I wanted y'all to know from the very beginning that once you start to address criminal activities in a civil case, no, you cannot go to jail for a civil case, but the civil case can evoke um, investigations. And that's exactly what they did. They evoked them to go before a judge and to get warrants, search warrants, due to the breadcrumbs that were given in this case. Like, we've collected enough of them to decide that there's an issue here that we need to get to the bottom of. Let's see. Usher Raymond, I wonder. You know what? I'm going to use this one for the first time. We're going to say the Coca-Cola Tarot. Let's tap into Usher's energy. What's the energy around him? Show me the energy around Usher. Say, where do I find my cards? This deck in particular came from Etsy, and it was on sale when I got it. I wonder if Jamie turned over his videos. Well, it'd be interesting because, you know, that rumor about that video with Jamie and Foxy Brown and the camel, somebody's got to still have that. I think the testimony of the guy who powed up the Central building is helping the government to go after Puff. He needs to be silenced before Keefe D collapses Los Angeles. That's a very interesting correlation. Show me energy around Usher Raymond. The Hermit. So he's separating himself from himself. That was a Freudian slip. That means he's separating himself from everybody, but he's separating himself from the image that he's had, his attachments. Page of Wands. Yeah, he's looking for new actions and ideas. Five of Coins. Y'all. He's worried about losing everything. Funny enough, that's Snoop on that card. Yeah, he's worried about losing everything. Ten of Swords, King of Swords. Y'all, ultimate betrayal. King of Swords is someone who unapologetically and unemotionally tells their truth. So he finds somebody telling their truth to be the ultimate betrayal. Two of Wands, taking the choice to tell the truth. So I feel like this is the energy between Usher and Bieber. King of Wands is falling under the Hermit. So they're separating everybody, himself from everybody because of their actions. Ace of Coins. Now, it's interesting enough that they got the middle finger up around this money. And I said that he's worried about losing everything. Yeah, he's Two of Wands falling under the Page of Wands. He's seeking new ventures, new actions. He's choosing to find new ways to get to large amounts of money. Puff is calling people and getting this message. The number You have to, hold on. Yeah, the number you reach is no longer in service. Yeah, he ain't nobody receiving or accepting his messages now. Can you read the energy around Justin as well? I just feel for him, worried for him. Yeah, so 5 of coins to this Ace of coins. But it's like, is this necessary? Because it's like you're going from looking at losing everything to obtaining everything to is it even worth it? And that's where the hangman comes in. 10 of coins is attached to the ultimate betrayal. 10 of swords, y'all. Something is going to come out with receipts for things that people get paid for and receipts for, we'll say, services rendered for these things that they're paid for. Y'all see this? Death is a nun smoking cigarettes. And that falls under the King of Swords. So whatever this is that Justin is about to say is the coup de grace, the nail in the coffin. And that, middle finger right in front of that Ace of coins, that's literally saying, F this money, F this influence, I don't care. I'm going to tell my truth. You will not silence me. So I'm going to change the deck before I go off into Justin's energy, because that's very interesting that Usher finds it a betrayal for him to tell the truth. Let's see Justin's energy. Let's hope Justin can get a chance to speak before they get him on that conservatorship. And see, I feel like that's the whole reason they're trying to get him a conservatorship, because they need him to be quiet. King of Cups, 4 of Wands. Now we know who this King of Cups is. Diddy Stein is the King of Cups because he's a Scorpio. And we're talking about his stability, this 4 of Wands. What do you have to say that affects his stability? Balance through a new beginning. 2 of Swords. So what's going to set Justin free is going to be the coup de grace for the King of Cups. I didn't even see that fall out there, y'all. 2 of Swords to the King of Cups. He cut him off because of something that happened, something that was done to him. Queen of Swords. So, 8 of Wands. Queen of Swords is a very assertive woman. Okay, this is a businesswoman. This could possibly be a woman that is a lawyer or a prosecutor. This is a very sharp-minded woman. They say I would do a live and broadcast interview and spill all the tea live. Let's see, did Diddy Steen snitch on TLC for holding up Clive Davis? I've heard that story multiple times, and every time I've heard it, that's exactly what I heard. He went and called the officials because there was a pow pull on his mentor. So Ace of Pentacles. Who is this businesswoman attached to Justin's Ace of Pentacles? High Priestess. Yeah, this almost feels like the energy around what they did to Wendy Williams. This feels like what didn't remember, y'all. I think that was Dennis Quaid that talked about the Star Whackers. This feels like the new energy. Instead of completely taking you off the map, they'll turn you into a vegetable, and then that way nothing you says, you know, nothing you say from that point on out is valid, if that makes sense. Yeah, Two of Swords. So yeah, they're definitely trying to cut him off from his money because he's the King of Pentacles, which still gives him some kind of power to move around. They're separating him from his money that he made from working. And this is looking like that King of Cups, Diddy Stein, is behind this. So he started this energy allegedly with Justin, but it looks like it's coming back to him full throttle. Because remember, y'all, I said that he did something for his own protection, and it's everything that he does to everyone else is already done to him, and is speeding up the laws of reciprocity. So here it is, he's allegedly trying to get the government in to take someone else's money, to take someone else's estate, and to keep people from listening to them. But in the meantime, those same entities are sending, you know, groups to come in and take his property and go through his money and possibly seize his. So see what I mean about he did something for his protection and it said insufficient spell work. What is the energy on Justin why this became inefficient spell work? See, Nine of Cups. And this is a wish fulfillment that falls under temperance, balance through a new beginning for the Ten of Swords. So he calls himself paying him back for betraying him because he knows that Justin allegedly possibly already spoke or is going to speak. Also spells on his health, it seems. That's what it feels like, Amethyst. They're trying everything they can to slow him down to keep him from talking. And spell work is very real. So when you vibrate in a lower frequency, especially when you take a lot of drugs, you do a lot of drinking, it makes you more susceptible to spell work. But it's looking like Justin has gotten away from using those substances and his vibration is starting to elevate, but he still has to heal from things that's happened in his childhood for him to get in the right frequency. King of Wands. So King of Wands represents someone who is highly visible, someone who could be considered attractive, or someone who offers attractive offers. Those offers are deals. Three of Pentacles. But those deals are trapped. I'm literally channeling Annie Lennox. Sweet dreams are made of these. Travel the world in 7 seas. Who am I to disagree? Everybody's looking for something. You find out that these sweet dreams become beautiful nightmares. You can get trapped in a nightmare. Yeah, here it is, the deal. He cut him off and he decided to not work with him. Something happened where he decided not to take any more deals with him. And y'all, look at this card. This card is supposed to represent deals, contract, negotiations, and agreement. Look at this. This is somebody who's in the studio talking to their engineer. Right. I'll make you a star. If you think of that song that Lost and Turned Out, where we talk about Olivia's on her way to her grandmother's house. A wolf in sheep's clothing came, changed her mind and changed her ways, and now she's turned out. This is what this is. Four of Swords. And now you want to lay this to rest. This falls under the King of Cups and work. So now he's gotten to the point to where he's like, I don't want no parts of this man. I don't want to work with him. I don't want nothing to do with him. You know, I don't need his stability. And that's where Nine of Swords kicks in, because it's like, I got into this and now I'm trapped. This was everything I ever dreamed of. This was supposed to be my great escape. This was supposed to be, you know, like the best thing ever to happen to my life. And it went from a sweet dream to a beautiful nightmare. So he's telling somebody about, you know, how he got signed, the things that happened when he got signed, and then when things switched up. Six of Swords, him leaving a toxic situation and going into a calmer one. This is like he's talking to an attorney or an official. And he's talking about how this ended up bringing the weight of the world on his shoulders while building his brand. So Haley was definitely put in place to keep an eye on Justin. So yes, she's essentially a handler. Flea Diddy knows that, said he knows what they want, the fame, but wants their soul in return. Yeah, because the soul is the ultimate currency. Alrighty, so I'm going to put these back in, but I'm going to acknowledge them. You got the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. You got the World in reverse. You got the Devil in reverse. So Wheel of Fortune in reverse, excuse me. That represents like somebody pulling a bait and switch. You walked into what was supposed to be this huge, successful moment, and nothing that was promised to you were given. The World in reverse. That's something that was cut loose, but you can't let it go, and it can't let you go. The Devil in reverse, see, the Devil in reverse will be an angel. That's how he started. So this person that you saw as angelic, the person that was coming to save you, who was going to bring you into new opportunities, offered you the world and took it back. Yeah, they came forward with the offer, the Knight of Cups. And then the offer for the Knight of Cups turned into the Two of Cups, y'all. Damn. And that was how you got to the Ten of Pentacles. And then boom, here's the Tower. Everything, you know, goes back to this person offering you this offer. And we know the Knight of Cups turns into a romantic offer, allegedly. Benjamin, I already follow God, the Most High. Bieber has had enough, similar to Ryan G, and don't mind becoming unalive to tell their stories, their truth. Well, now is the time to tell it, because the spirit of truth is exposing everything. Justin is Justin's father of is Justin the father of Kourtney Kardashian's son, Rain. He looks exactly like Justin and nothing like Scott. Honey, I've never seen the baby. I never knew that she let this Hollywood, anything is possible. Seven of Wands. So y'all, this is a press conference. There's an offer coming to Justin to speak, and this is a major offer. This feels like bartering for this offer, because they're allegedly letting him know that the right information could lead to Diddy Sting possibly being locked up. Said, I agree with Megan, and because of his depressive state, it was easy for him to accept this love from her. Yep, the devil. So I want y'all to pay attention to this. Okay? Here he is. You find a man. Now he's in this room with this woman. The woman's on the bed by herself, and he seems to find his peace and his happiness indulging in that drink. The woman is back there in the shadows. So him going into this marriage, to this other contract with his wife, he went into this contract allegedly heavy on substances and not really dealing with her the way that you would think he does, because this is all that, this hunts him. Ten of Swords, the betrayal. Ace of Cups. So it's showing that he loves her, but he needs therapy. I'll put it that way. He needs therapy to deal with the things that he endured. That's going to be some tea when Bieber finally speaks, and with protection for him, I feel. Well, if he speaks directly to the government right now with all of these different investigation going on in Diddy's National Park, aka his houses, if he speaks right now during this time, they will definitely shield him with the best protection, because Diddy is already being followed and watched. So anything that happens to anybody attached to possible, FOs or anything like that, it will be the wrong thing to do to cause them to suffer any type of harm while you're already under investigation. Yeah, Knight of Wands. So it's like he may have even went through a point in time where he became very whorish, but it's all attached to what happened to him when he was younger. It's like, trying to prove something to yourself. Yeah. So this is somebody becoming hypersexual while being tormented by things that had happened to him in the past. Six of Cups. Queen of Cups. So someone around him, Queen of Cups and Seven of Cups. So that's more than likely possibly his mom. Like, she has been really on him about, cleaning up his life from substances and considering his options. What is this sneaky energy? Seven of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Six of Wands, moving forward towards victory. So, interesting enough with these flags waving, this is like him trying to decide if, I'm going to leave that alone. Let's just say he's trying to find himself. He's trying to decide which lane is more comfortable for him, because he has a lot in his head. He's got a lot going on. He's tortured with the ideas of the things that happened to him, with trying to figure out if that's caused him to be a certain way or not. And really what it comes down to is he just needs therapy. The therapy will help him to get through the childhood issues and what he had to face. Let me make sure I didn't miss nothing. Yep, he's been drinking a lot lately, and he did a performance under the influence. Yeah, that's that Seven of Cups. I feel like all of Justin's health problems came because he was stressed, and his health conditions was his excuse for his way out. ooh okay. I've already read that one. First of all, Ickman, for you to even come here and say that, talking about whoever goes to the soothsayer or the fortune teller has disbelief in what's revealed to Muhammad, you just came to the fortune teller even being on this page. So I need you to exit this channel, because if you're trying to keep people from being here through using scriptures, you're the first person that shouldn't have stopped here. I found some cards like that. I'm trying to think. These are, I think I ordered from the Cosmic Psycho Tarot. I ordered these from Amazon. Once he got older, he started to realize that he really was going on, what was really going on when he was younger. Yeah. Well, I think he had a good idea of what was going on, but it's like, as he got older, he started to think about what he really wanted in his life and what his preference really was. It was, taking a hold of him. And that's another reason why you see so many of these young people do all these different habits and whatnot, because they're self-medicating to try to erase the memories of what's happened to them. But see, that ends up opening you up as a portal for different demons to latch onto you. And it also opens you up for health problems. So you're not dealing with your emotional and mental health, and the things that you went through ends up messing with your physical health. So the industry really effed up a lot with these young adults. Absolutely, Miss LaDon. And they don't care. So y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I'm gonna catch y'all later. With the way stuff is going, I'll probably do another surprise pop-up live, because y'all, this stuff is getting crazy. Oh, thank you, Miss LaDon. Um, they look for, the industry looks for broken children. So most of the children that get deals, they are missing a parent or they have been abused in some type of way, and it makes it easier to take somebody who has mommy issues or daddy issues or possibly been abused or all of the above. It's easier to take them and put them in compromising positions because they've already been broken. Said, will Justin and Selena get back together? Right now, Justin is trying to figure out what suits him best. I'll say that. And a lot of that is not going to get sorted out until he goes to therapy, because he's got to deal with what happened to him to know his preference versus what, he was open up to. Yes, they prey on the weak and the broken all the time. If you look at everybody that becomes a major star, listen to their childhood stories. Childhood stories are usually horrific. This is why Diddy was trying to get close to Krishan weak. Well, not even just weak, broken. Because she's very strong-willed, but she's broken. And her mom even said that she's hard-headed. So once you put something in her head, she's on go. And then, if you think about the FO, she would have been a perfect candidate, allegedly, to bring into the FOs, because if he could get her the way that Blueface got her, it ain't nothing that he can't get her to do. She'd be his number one stunner. And see, Lemmy and Puffy have been hanging like wet clothes. So Lemmy probably need to just lay low right now, because if they find any traces of him and his girls at any of these FOs, it's gonna take down that network. And y'all see what I mean about this spider graph, y'all? All these people connected to Puffy possibly being investigated. Yeah, Krishan is very hard-headed, I agree. Yeah, Amethyst, she would have definitely been a perfect candidate if he could have got her. I heard Lemmy brought Revolt shares. Baby, ooh, we let the shenanigans begin. And see, I hope that he don't get too far, up here with the big head, thinking that he's good now, because everybody that's in that man's circle, everybody that's been around him, they're all being investigated, meaning they'll allow Lemmy to buy those shares just so they could take him down next. He'll get taken down as a technicality. Just put that together in my head, shaking my head, those 6 people. Yeah. Amethyst Rose, the industry ain't 6 degrees of separation, it's more like 3. Regular life is 6 degrees of separation. These people are very close. Natalie Nunn and her harem of women are going to go down too. Right now is the time for everybody to clean it up, but it's too late because they've been around him, they party with him, and if any of them are on that surveillance, wink wink, that they just took from the house, imagine the stuff that's about to come out. There will be a surviving Lemuel Plumber soon. I think that's already started on YouTube. Tap into Lemmy and Anna Mac. I already have in other reads. Y'all gotta pay attention to every time that a stunner girl get mad and tell stuff. She's telling y'all some true tea, but because his her beef with Lemmy, while Lemmy is attached to Puffy, Lemmy has ways of being able to stop her bag every time she speaks, allegedly. I think so too, Jasmine. It's a matter of time. Amethyst. The way Krishan said Diddy shook down Lemmy, he is already under Diddy's influence, it seems. And he shook Lemmy down over her. So remember what I said. If he was to get a hold of her, she would be the perfect candidate. So think about what the plans were for Krishan. Yeah, that was his goal. Out of all the girls on the network, he wanted her. It's because they know her spiritual alignment, they know her natal chart, they know her purpose. This is why I keep telling y'all, they keep that girl high, they keep her, juiced up, they keep her drunk, because she has a certain spiritual alignment. And as long as she doesn't tap into it, they can use her to power other things spiritually. That's why Blue said they won't get Krishan if he can help it. He said that with his last breath that he would protect her. And see, that's where things are going to go left between him and Wack, because Wack said that she must, be crossed over. So we are not on the same page. They know charts, numerology, etc. Everything goes to the numbers, Amethyst Rose. Everything. That's why you can't join those certain groups. You are selected, you are handpicked, because they studied you before they went and got you. I don't care how talented you are, you cannot sign up. You are chosen. That's a huge way of how they chose, how they choose people. Yeah, tapped. And see, they come to you. You can't come to them. You don't even know how to get to them. You don't even know who the them are. But when they come to you, they make themselves known. They're highly polished and they can be aggressive. If reaching out to you does not get you, they'll send a representative, and that representative will show up with some type of interesting offer. But either way, that person doesn't even come to you without getting a permission to come to you. Oh yeah, they definitely figure out what you like. They know exactly what you like. Back in the day when they still had A&Rs, a lot of the A&Rs would, find out what people, like, and they provide you with it because it makes you controllable. That's why they keep these artists, they keep them sauced up, because when you have addictions, you can be controlled. All they got to do is control the source of your addiction and they control you. They cut off the pipeline to your Coca-Cola and you got a Coca-Cola habit and you can't afford that Coca-Cola habit, you're going to come back to them. If you can't get it, then you go off into harder, stronger things that make you even more controllable. Said Krishan's sister thinks she can move past rock, but they not the same spiritually, right? But she is split already. They will work her, but they won't elevate to rock. That is absolutely true, Justice, for us. And see, her sister don't understand that. She figure I'm more talented than her. I will literally, you know, show them that you could put your money on me. I'm better than her anyway. Sweetheart, that's not how they choose. You can pee pop and do backflips off an 18-wheeler while it's moving, and they will still choose the one that they choose because they have spiritual purposes to why they choose certain people. Yeah, they know how to manipulate and push the right buttons, absolutely. Sounds like what these people do when they are scouting out young high school ball players. Absolutely. Interesting that you say that, because that's also considered another form of entertainment. Control is key, absolutely. The they'll will you in with all types of luxurious gifts and promising a lifestyle better than what you're used to. I mean, that's true, Mr. Don. And if you think about it, for people who read the holy books, what did Satan do? He got the Messiah up on a mountain and he promised to give him the world. And the Messiah told him that you cannot give me anything that's not yours. Everything that has ever given to me that I'll ever have comes through my Father. So, a lot of these broken people, they don't know this information. They don't know that they're being offered things that are not going to ever truly be theirs. The record label buys you a car, gives you a house, and then something happened to you and you find out that the label owns the house and the car. So all they did was loan it to you. They never gave you anything. That's how the devil works. The devil doesn't give you anything. Everything is a loan, everything is a lease, everything is borrowing. And no sooner your services are no longer needed, they take it all back. Yep, get thee behind me, Satan. I agree. So now we're seeing people, literally and physically say, get thee behind me, and they're telling the truth about their experiences and they're putting their stories on the line. And listen, I told y'all months ago Puffy was being decommissioned. That's why I named the series what I named it, Deactivation. They are deactivating this man from the very top. That's why the president is involved. He's being deactivated from the very top. His services are no longer needed. They've covered for him so many times that he's exposing people that aren't even supposed to be known. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's important to study and show yourself approved. Absolutely. And the point of showing yourself approved is not to spit out facts and to look smart. It's to actually really know what's going on so that you can protect yourself and not fall into certain pits. Oh, thank you, Amethyst Rose. That's why they always go after the young kids living in destitute. Absolutely, because they know that nobody is more desperate than a person that needs a way out. And a broken person and a person who comes from nothing, a person that doesn't have parents, that, been mistreated, compromised, so to speak, they're weak. Not because they're weak people, but because they're broken. It's easier to attach to them because they have mother wounds, they have father wounds. When you have parents in your life that teach you self-esteem and self-respect, it's not that easy to get next to you because you can see a shower of rain coming. The broken, they got so much going on in their life that a shower of rain would be a break from all the chaos and misery, so they invite it. I say, what happens if you do as you're told and they still get rid of you? Well, see, that's the thing, Cashmere. When you sign those contracts are only for a certain allotted time. Most of those contracts don't even make it to 10 years. These new artists are not even getting 10-year contracts. The contract is always meant for you to have to give it all back in the end. It's a rented lifestyle. That's the biggest lie that, they don't, well, it's not even that it's not exposed. Clout is killing people nowadays because everybody looking for clout, but nobody cares about the actual, you know, payments. People are taking clout as the payment. Like being clout rich really matters when you get back to your house and there's a sign on the door stating that the bank gonna sell your house because that clout is not turning into money to pay these bills. But see, they show that life to everyday people. And those everyday people don't know the twists and turns of what these people have to suffer through to have what they have. So they sit here and they, look at these people as, oh, I want to be them when I grow up. I want that type of life. I want that type of wife. I want X, Y, and Z. They don't know that none of that stuff is real. They don't know that the girl got 10 filters on her face and probably got her body done 3 or 4 times. And even with all of that, she don't look like that for real when you see her. They don't know that the houses are rented and these people can barely afford to stay in them. They don't know any of this. These people are working poor. They're the rich poor. They got all this fancy stuff, but can't put their hands on nothing in case of emergency. You don't believe me? Watch them catch cases. Watch these celebrity catch cases and see what all they got to reconfigure for their lawyers. You worth, 40 million, 60 million, 70 million, but you got to put up a house for a lawyer. How? Where is your liquid assets? You got to sign over a property for a lawyer? But that lets you know that they don't let them control their money. Ryan Rodriguez just said this. He said that they locked all his cards, all his accounts. He has money, but he cannot access it. This is what they do. They own all the systems that have your finances, so you're not going to move with them finances in a way they don't want you to. Say Henny comes to mind as long as she has clout. Yeah, you can't make a sandwich with clout. You can keep that. Do you think that WAC 100 has a life insurance policy on Blueface? Energy, anybody in entertainment that has ever signed a real contract, especially a recording contract, has life insurance put on them. Depending on the job you could have a hotel or a casino job or a factory job, and guess what? To sign that paperwork, you have an insurance policy on you, and that's how a lot of those jobs are able to give your family a death benefit if something happens to you. Like when Nicki said she's plotting on how to take Cassie away from Diddy. Nicki is one of the rare ones. You can tell the way they flaunt designer. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you take somebody who ain't never had nothing and you put them in a designer outfit, what are they going to do? They going to act like a child on Easter. They going to take every picture they can, turn sideways, turn this way, do jumping jacks, because they not used to wearing that stuff or being in fine clothing or any of that, because they come from nothing. People who have it, they don't care about having it because this is, a regular garment to them. It's nothing special. Yeah, as a company, it's smart for you to open policies on your employees. It's smart. It's good business. Um, any major company, especially when it goes off into multi-million-dollar business, has policies. I don't care who it is. They say, "Oh Lord, I just stick to my regular life. I love it here. Broke and all, I'm at peace, and my peace is way more important than a dollar." Well, don't say you're broke, because if all your bills are paid, honey, you're not broke. It's people that got millions of dollars, in assets, and they're considered, rich, but they're broken. So yeah, that's what this year. Matter of fact, I feel like that's what quarantine exposed. When quarantine happened and all these artists couldn't move around and they need to move around to make their money, you got to see the real from the fake. A lot of them were just 2 to 3 shows away from being broke. Yes, peace is the real currency. Absolutely. Peace is something money can't buy. Ain't that called ghetto rich, bills paid, but ain't got nothing, no spending cash? Um, I ain't gonna say that's ghetto rich. That's just sometimes that's grown up life. Depending on your bills, you pay your bills first before you go out here and go do something, ridiculous with your money. To be ghetto rich is to be out here balling, knowing that you gotta pay rent, and you go hang out, you ain't gonna have all the rent. They say you're right. I respect that. Yeah. Well, see, I work behind the scenes, so I know how these budgets go. I know how artists, writers go. I know how the money is spent. I know that, when a label signs an artist and they take them out to dinner, or they have, album release parties and things like that, the label is not paying for that. The label fronts that money, and then they take it back when you get your statements. Statements come once a month. And depending on how much the label has spent to launch your product, to get your advertisement going, your statement can be in the red for a while. And that's why you see artists that tour all the time. Every time you look up this person doing a show, they have to, because they make their bread and butter from doing those shows, because music is no longer making the money it used to make. After Napster broke the industry and made it to where you can download music, and they had to come up with Apple Music and all these different streaming sites to still get something out of it, music has not been the same. So, when you look at how it goes now, it's best to just be independent and put the extra elbow grease in. That way, everything you have, you earn, you own it. And when somebody leases your stuff, they're paying you versus paying the company. I wonder, do they have control over how much the label spends? Depending on the label, absolutely, Princess Pool. Um, there's a company I used to work for. And that company is currently being investigated right now. And my job was to go out, and this was before social media was a big thing. My job was to go out to independent record labels, because back in the day, unless you were like a Michael Jackson, a Madonna, Cher, one of those one name people, they did not give distribution to artists unless they were in that top tier. They had to be global type artists. So what they would do is they would give distribution deals to the record labels that have those artists, and then they would send someone like me to teach the record label how to structure their spending, because if they don't spend that money properly, they could come back and hold them liable and sue. So yes, absolutely. Yes, they do have budget control. And see, if they give you a certain amount and you don't allot it the way that they see fit for you to spend it, they can cut your spending. They can make it to where you have to, pay back a certain amount, as a default. There's several things they can do. So y'all know I'm telling the truth, because look at the spike in the bots. Anytime I keep it real with y'all, these bots start picking up. Let's see, I think that's why they're so mad at, yeah. Why are you even on here trying to roast? This not even that. Thought you got muted because she can't even roast back. Nobody's paying you any attention. Now let me help you not even be on here in the first place. There you go. Grown folks is talking. Exit the room. So contracted indentured servants. Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. Absolutely. See, here's the thing. If I give you, free reign with your money, I give you freedom. If I give you freedom, I give you power. With that power, you could take that and build your own infrastructures. They don't want you building their infrastructures. They want you to always be a piece of theirs. They'll even allow certain people to build, to give the illusion of being able to have certain accoutrements, but it is an illusion, because when those people step out of line, we see what we seen with Diddy Stein, and they take it all. They snatch it from you. See, someone that's self-made, that can't just be broken like that. Look at a Cat Williams. Cat Williams invests in all his own projects. When he goes on tour, that's all his own money going in and all his own money coming back. How do you break somebody who built themselves? See, that's the difference. They don't have to advertise you. You're somebody like Cat. You won't be able to be on certain shows. You won't be able to be a part of certain things. But he's built his own fan base. He's built his own brand, his own legacy. How did they tear down something they didn't give him? Listen, grown folks is talking. Exit the room. For real, Amethyst Rose. Who come in here talking about roasting? First of all, I didn't even see you, but thanks for letting me know that's what you came here for. We're having a actual conversation, and you trying to play the dozens, and you weak. So, what is your real purpose? Let's see. Don't nobody care about you shaving your head. Let's get you out of here. Yeah, they absolutely do it with political people too. That's why I said the relationship between politics and entertainment is like the John and the streetwalker. That's why I find it funny that those who are considered the Johns are going to be the ones to go and clear out the streetwalkers. So y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and cut this live here. And much love and many blessings to you all. I am tired. I'm actually still tired because I didn't get all the rest I needed from that other live. I had so much going on. So will they get Yo Gotti. Yo Gotti's situation is interesting because he's got so much going on that he's one of those people where it'll be a game of clue. You have to figure out, was it the street? Was it the industry? So he's trying to position himself to, come out of the line of fire from the people that lined his brother up. But at the same token, he's not realizing that the biggest sharks and the biggest gangsters are the ones that wear suits. So he's dealing with a whole nother beast that he's not ready for. When you step into those military grade type situations and you go into that corporate level, those are your real devils. So good night, all of y'all. Make sure you check my community board to know when I'm going live, because they don't always give you guys the alerts, but I always post to let you know that I'm coming. And much love to everybody. Get rested. Do your spiritual cleansing. Set your intentions, especially now with this lunar energy. And y'all be safe and be blessed. Yeah, absolutely. Corporation devils. So Yo Gotti about to get got for Dolph. Let's just say energetically, a lot of those people that passed away, especially the artists that are in Leo energy, some of those people shouldn't have been sent to the other side. And now they're working on a spiritual team that's going to help with this thin veil expose all of this stuff. So everybody ain't meant to be taken out. But I will see y'all later, y'all. I got to go lay down. Have a good night. Love y'all. Bye.